Chapter 1391. Chinyu frowned, a bit of unwillingness on his face. He ran away. The seamless saint was an old monster that had lived for countless years. As expected, he had many strange methods. He originally thought that he could take advantage of this chance to kill off this person, but he never imagined that he would be caught off guard and this person would escape without a trace. When facing an enemy, especially one that was extremely powerful and had been ruthlessly schemed against before, the best choice was to destroy them on the spot. Otherwise, there would be no end of trouble. And now, Chinyu was in a state of frustration and helplessness. The stone pagoda lightly coughed. In truth, Master doesn't need to be like this. As they say, fortune is always accompanied by disaster, and disaster is always accompanied by good fortune in this world. Who can explain it clearly? If the seamless saint ran away, then he ran away. The heavens don't want him to die, perhaps because he hasn't fully contributed himself yet. Perhaps the next time we meet, he will give Master a pleasant surprise. This explanation, fine, it was ruthless enough. He had already been fleeced once. If this happened again, Chinyu feared that he wouldn't even need to do anything. The seamless saint would simply explode from anger. Whatever, he had already run away, so there was no point in thinking about it any further. What if the stone pagoda's words were correct? Chinyu took a deep breath. He turned his head and looked in the direction he came from, a bit of hesitation in his eyes. If he wanted to get rid of Yao Tao, this was undoubtedly the best chance. Should he leave? After hesitating for less than a second, Chinyu made his decision. He turned and left in the opposite direction. Yao Tao seemed like a friend and not an enemy, but strictly speaking, this was only an illusion. Once Yao Tao was involved, there would inevitably be a battle. The thing in the mountain of flames was likely a relic of the ruler. If the two of them were together and discovered something, what would they do? If he gave Yao Tao, Chinyu definitely wouldn't agree, and vice versa. So, since there was a chance to leave, it was best to separate ahead of time and rely on their own methods. The darkness retreated like a tide, finally submerging into Yao Tao's body. She opened her pale eyes and looked in the direction Chinyu had left. Even though they were separated by an endless distance, she could still feel Chinyu's movement trajectory. If this was true, then it was truly terrifying. Suddenly, the second personality said, "This is the man you chose? You are far too heartless." After a moment of silence as if listening to something, the second personality continued, "You can even tolerate this?" After a moment of silence he said, "Trust me, he won't stand on your side." After a pause he added, "If he continues to be stubborn, I will kill him." With that said, the second personality closed her eyes. After a few breaths of time, she opened them again. Yao Tao's consciousness had regained control of her body. She gasped for breath, her face extremely pale. She murmured, "You're right, but I still want to try. What if I succeed?" Looking at the direction Chinyu left in, Yao Tao bit her lip. She took 2 steps back and vanished into the raging flames. Yao Tao did not chase after him. As Chinyu let out a sigh of relief, he could feel a faint sense of loss in his heart. This discovery caused him to frown and his complexion to turn ugly. Sure enough, the decision to separate from Yao Tao was absolute. In such a short period of time, he had unknowingly been influenced by her. If they continued to stay together for too long, he didn't dare to guarantee whether or not he would be able to persist in his firm resolution. He shook his head, suppressing his tumbling thoughts. Then, he looked forward. "You said that these flames are all fake?" The stone pagoda said, "You can't say that. These flames are real, but they also exist somewhere between illusion and reality. They should be some sort of great supernatural ability that uses illusions and reality. I don't understand much in this aspect. That is a method at the ruler level, so I've only heard a little about it." And then, Master, if you want to collect the ever-burning flame, these flames that exist between reality and illusion are useless. You must find its main body. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. As you can see, there is nothing in front of us but the ever-burning flame. It is the same no matter where you or I sense it. The stone pagoda said, we also have the furnace and the fire spirit. Qin Yu nodded. You're right, so, did you hear me? Now is the time for you to contribute. If you discover anything, hurry up and tell me. The furnace trembled, sending out an urgent thought. But this thought was far too urgent. It could only make one feel its eagerness and excitement, nothing else. Qin Yu pressed it down. Alright, calm down first. Tell me about the fire spirit. After a brief silence, a soft voice sounded out. Yes, master. A woman? Qin Yu's eyes widened. How come he didn't know that array spirits had genders? The stone pagoda coughed and explained, it is because of the fire spirit. As for the specifics, I'm not too sure. Cough cough. In short, I just learned about it not too long ago. He couldn't say that the fire spirit had seen him when he faced Yao Tao and revealed a certain attitude, so it chose to become a woman, right? Qin Yu's temper was good, but the stone pagoda could guarantee that if he really said this fellow would absolutely fall out with him. Did he really think that just because he had a good temper, he didn't care about face? The fire spirit's voice continued. I can sense the ever-burning flame's main body, but it seems to be in a special state, so I can only sense its general direction. Qin Yu restrained his surprise. It didn't matter if it was a man or a woman, but what could he do to an array spirit? As long as it was useful, it was fine. Where is it? The fire spirit gave him a direction. Shua Qin Yu's figure flashed, and he flew straight in that direction. But at this moment, not long after he flew out, his complexion changed. Banger with a loud explosion, his figure came to a sudden stop. He punched out. A formidable strength recklessly surged outwards, instantly separating the flames and revealing a strange flame creature hidden within. The reason it was called a flame creature was because its entire body was condensed from flames. Its aura was one with the surrounding flames, so it was nearly impossible to sense. It was also because of the fire spirit's warning that Qin Yu was able to discover this flame creature before it could launch a sneak attack. After being struck by Qin Yu's fist, the flame creature cried out miserably and was sent flying away. Before it fell to the ground, its body had already collapsed. But at this moment, his heart throbbed. Qin Yu's figure shifted several dozen feet to the side, barely avoiding the incoming flames. He turned his head and saw that the flame creature he had just destroyed had reappeared in perfect condition. Moreover, it was already closing in on him. The fire spirit's voice sounded out. Master, be careful. This is a strange life form born from flames, and it has a fire crystal core within its body. Only by shattering its crystal core can it be truly killed. Otherwise, as long as it lives in flames, it will be in a nearly indestructible state. Even if it is killed thousands of times, it can still easily revive. Qin Yu said in a low voice, Get to the point. Sure Ta's lips curved up in a smile. Master, where did your tender and protective heart go? TSK. The fire spirit's voice was so pleasant to hear, but here you are being treated like this. Humph, I wonder if the fire spirit will regret choosing to become a woman. The fire spirit clearly choked. It paused for a moment before saying, The fire crystal core will appear when the flame creature's body is destroyed, but it will only exist for a short period of time. It will instantly borrow the power of fire to escape. You must be fast enough to catch it. Qin Yu's feet fell and his fist punched out. The flame creature in front of him was directly destroyed. With the fire spirit's warning, he really did sense a strange aura appear the moment the flame creature was destroyed. Fire crystal core. Whoosh, almost as soon as Qin Yu sensed it, the object's aura vanished. It was indeed fast. Bang, blazing flames swept towards Qin Yu. The flame creature that had been smashed apart was reborn once more. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes and punched out. The flame creature across from him had a mocking look in its eyes. But this time, it was different from before. The moment the flame creature's body was destroyed, the great furnace was summoned. An invisible imprisoning strength arrived, instantly freezing space and suppressing the fire crystal core. The great furnace released a swallowing strength. It was like someone had opened their mouth and sucked it in. A tremor spread out from the great furnace. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. His senses hadn't been wrong. This so-called fire crystal core was the true ever-burning flame. There weren't many of them, but at least it proved that their previous guesses weren't wrong. The ever-burning flame's main body was here. The great furnace continued to tremble, sending out urgent thoughts. Swallowing this fire crystal core was like opening the valve of hunger. The burning flames in its heart were difficult to suppress. Fire Spirit, continue to search for flame creatures. Once you find them, report to me. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Before he found the true master, this was more or less a comfort. Moreover, if there were enough flame creatures, as long as he had the patience to kill his way through, there would be a considerable harvest. After all, no one knew what the ever-burning flame's main body was like. Whether or not it could be smoothly absorbed was another matter altogether. Qin Yu's intuition told him that this matter wasn't simple. Yes, master. The fire spirit's voice was still gentle and respectful. Reality proved that Qin Yu's decision was correct. Of course, this was also thanks to the formidable probing abilities of the fire spirit. There were many flame creatures in the volcano. As Qin Yu approached the ever-burning flame's main body, more and more of them appeared, and they became increasingly strong. Of course, after killing them, the fire crystal cores he obtained also contained more and more ever-burning flame. The great furnace happily ate. The only pity was that the amount was far too little. While it was enjoying the delicious food, it also had to endure an increasingly strong sense of hunger. That taste was just too good. The fire spirit searched for flame creatures, Qin Yu was responsible for attacking, and the great furnace was responsible for suppressing them. The three of them had a clear division of labor, and their efficiency was frighteningly high. If it were anyone else here, even if their cultivation was higher than Qin Yu's, it would still be difficult for them to accomplish this so easily. On the contrary, if one couldn't lock onto a flame creature or suppress its fire crystal core, they would instead be dragged down by it. After all, in the volcano, as long as the fire crystal core was intact, they would be undying and indestructible. It might be fine for a short period of time, but once they lost too much strength they would be in danger. In fact, the flames that these flame creatures spat out were extremely powerful. The reason why they weren't able to reveal any of this power when facing Qin Yu was because they weren't able to cause any harm before they were exterminated by Qin Yu. Perhaps it was because Qin Yu's wanton slaughter had angered a powerful existence in the volcano, and a fire phoenix had attacked him. Although it was essentially a flame creature, the fact that it was able to condense a phoenix body was enough to prove its tyrannical strength. The fire spirit had nearly been deceived by it and hadn't been able to give a warning ahead of time. If it weren't for Qin Yu's quick reaction, he would have suffered a great loss. A fire phoenix that could compare to a true saint and also had formidable attributes within the volcano, its strength was terrifying to the extreme. If it weren't for the great furnace being able to resist the flames and the suppression of the fire spirit, as well as Qin Yu's powerful body of laws, he might have already been burnt to a crisp. This was the greatest crisis Qin Yu had encountered since entering Flame Mountain. It was only after fighting for nearly 2 hours that he finally managed to kill this fire phoenix. Without needing to activate it, the great furnace rushed out and suppressed the fire crystal core that had appeared after its death. The great furnace violently shook, nearly flipping over. It was clear that suppressing this fire crystal core wasn't easy for it. Luckily, it didn't end up being overturned. Qin Yu let out a long breath, fear in his eyes. Luckily, he had the great furnace to suppress the fire crystal core. Otherwise, even if he expended all his strength to kill the fire phoenix, it would soon be reborn. Not to mention much, just 2 or 3 times would be enough to exhaust him to death. Wait! The fire spirit suddenly said. Qin Yu paused for a moment before realizing who it was referring to. Great furnace, stop! But it was already too late. Such a large fire crystal core, just how many inextinguishable flames did it contain? How could the big cauldron, who was starving and scratching its heart, endure it? Just now, it ate it in one gulp. Hearing Qin Yu's order, it blinked its non-existent eyes, giving Qin Yu a puzzled look. As if it were saying, "Why did you call me?" The fire spirit said, "Master, I think this fire crystal core isn't ordinary at all. Perhaps it has some other use." Qin Yu reached out a hand, spit it out. The great furnace continued to blink its non-existent eyes. Qin Yu took a deep breath. "Hurry up, I just want to take a look. I'll give it back to you." Perhaps feeling his unyielding attitude and a bit of impatience, the great furnace hummed a few times and then reluctantly spat out the fire crystal core. But in just a few words, it had shrunk several times until it was less than half its original size. Its dazzling appearance had become full of holes, like a stone that had been dug out from a strong acid. Frowning, Qin Yu held it in his palm. The flames in front of him suddenly wriggled, outlining the figure of a woman. The body of the flames was blurry, but it was only a simple curve that accentuated her curvaceous figure. In other words, it was overbearing and domineering. The stone tower coughed. It thought that the fire spirit was truly thorough. It had even chosen a figure that suited Qin Yu's taste. TSK, good intentions, really good intentions. The fire spirit bent down and stretched out a finger made of flames. It touched the incomparably ugly fire crystal core. After several breaths of time, it sighed and said, "Master, my senses weren't wrong. This fire crystal core isn't ordinary at all. It should be a restriction on entering and exiting someplace. Unfortunately, it has already been destroyed." Qin Yu frowned. "It's completely useless?" The fire spirit thought for a moment. "That might not be the case. Master, please wait a moment. I can try to activate some of its remaining functions." After the fire spirit finished speaking, the graceful figure drawn out by the flames collapsed into a ball, wrapping around the broken fire crystal core. To be honest, this scene was a bit horrifying to watch. Moreover, it also ruined the beauty of the scene. The stone tower secretly shook his head. He gave the fire spirit an unprofessional evaluation. 10 points deducted. Qin Yu certainly wouldn't have any silly thoughts like the stone tower. He calmed his mind and frowned as he waited. Luckily, it didn't take too long. The fire spirit's voice sounded out, "It's done." The flames flew away, revealing the graceful figure once more. She hesitated for a moment and then continued to say, "Master, I can only repair it a bit. I can't completely restore it, so it's hard to say just how effective it will be." Qin Yu waved his hand, interrupting her. "You'll know once you try it. Whether it's good or bad, I won't blame you. Then I ask Master not to resist. I will activate it now and see if I can bring us inside." The fire spirit pointed its finger at the fire crystal core. Its uneven and ugly appearance immediately lit up with many spots of light. The lights weren't united and connected, revealing areas that were damaged. It was clear that this was caused by the furnace swallowing it up. The remnant lights passed through some corners and barely connected together. With a humming sound, a strange fluctuation wrapped around Qin Yu's figure. Schwa, he suddenly vanished from where he stood. The entire following process was similar to a bumpy roller coaster ride that was multiplied by 10 times. Qin Yu's mortal body was powerful enough, but he still felt a stabbing pain. It was like an ordinary person running 10,000 meters in a single breath, his legs aching and weak. With his feet firmly planted on the ground, he swept his eyes around. His lips curved up in a smile. Although the experience was a bit bad, it seemed that the effect wasn't bad. They should have entered. Chapter 1392. There were palaces in this mountain of flames, and there were many of them. At the very least, from where Qin Yu stood, he couldn't see the end of them. The mountain range was uneven and varied in height. These palaces that were built against the mountain range were in various states of disarray. Looking closely, it wasn't that they had been moved here. Rather, it was more like a group of palaces that had suddenly drilled out of the ground and turned into this strange appearance. Flames still burned fiercely, filling the air with scorching heat. The palaces in front of him seemed to have been burned for countless years, but they were still perfectly intact. They weren't perfectly intact. There were many signs of damage, but most of them were caused by external forces and had nothing to do with the flames. Such a group of palaces clearly couldn't be ordinary. And Qin Yu could already feel an unusual aura from them. This was an extremely powerful aura, like a great sun shining in the skies, so dazzling that one couldn't look directly at it. The stone pagoda lightly sighed. Ruler. Only the aura of a supreme existence in the world could infuse into these palaces and cause them to possess the attribute of immortality and indestructibility. And to be able to absorb so much ruler aura, there was only one possibility. This was the residence of a ruler. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. If he said that his heart was still as calm as an ancient well after coming here, that would be a lie. This was the residence of a ruler. If the thing that the Western Wilds and that clan had been searching for so many years truly existed, then it would definitely be here. Looking at it from another angle, if the Western Wilds and that clan didn't hesitate to spend so much time and energy to occupy this zero-world land until now, could what they were searching for be ordinary? Perhaps this group of palaces in front of him hid the key to the realm of rulers. Bang, 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 at this moment, within Qin Yu's chest, his heart violently beat. It was natural for him to be excited. With his current cultivation, he had the qualifications to peek into the realm of rulers. If he could obtain something today, he might be able to reach the heavens in a single bound. The flames outlined a graceful figure. The voice of the fire spirit sounded out, "Master, I have determined the position of the inextinguishable flame. It is here." It lifted a hand and pointed forward. Qin Yu took a deep breath. "Let's go." Shua Shao Chen's figure flashed as he flew in the direction the fire spirit pointed at. As he flew past the palace, he could clearly feel the powerful will hidden within. This should be Qin Yu's first time directly facing the might of a ruler. As he felt that vast and boundless aura, he found it hard to imagine just what sort of terrifying battle had erupted in the past for such an existence to perish on the spot. However, one thing was certain. The fall of the sovereign had something to do with the Western Wastelands and that race. As his thoughts raced, his vision blurred. Then, he discovered that he had returned to his previous position. Because his heart had been shaken just now, he had carefully observed his surroundings. Through comparing the angle of his surroundings with the hall in front of him, he was able to determine that he had been standing here just now. Illusion? No, given how powerful the will of the Sovereign Lord was, there was no way that a mere illusion realm could replicate it. There was definitely more to it than met the eye. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. His figure flickered, and he flew in the direction he had been heading. This time he was already prepared and was constantly paying attention to his surroundings. But just as he was about to pass through the grand hall in front of him, another change occurred without warning. Qin Yu returned to his original position. His eyebrows furrowed even tighter and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. It wasn't just because he had been teleported back, but more importantly because he hadn't discovered anything even after focusing his divine sense. In other words, Qin Yu still didn't know what had caused him to be sent back to his original position twice in a row. In terms of tenacity and perseverance, Qin Yu definitely passed. He took a deep breath and suppressed the irritation in his heart. Then, he flew in another direction. The grand hall was in front of him and there were paths to the left and right. Since he couldn't go this way, he might as well try going the other way. But unfortunately, there was no pleasant surprise. At almost the same distance, Qin Yu returned to his original position once more. He couldn't go there. It was like there was some sort of spatial lock set up in the space in front of him. As long as he approached a certain position, it would be triggered and he would be sent back to his original position. Whoosh, he continued to fly. This time, he went behind him. If he couldn't go forward, then what about going back? The facts proved that the existence of this spatial lock had no blind spot. Shua, Qin Yu appeared in his original position once more. The stone pagoda said, "Master, this should be what I mentioned before. It should be a method of using the great supernatural powers of illusion and reality above the eternal flame. You and I should have fallen into the remnant power left behind by the ruler. The chances of us falling into a hopeless situation aren't high. After all, with the ruler's strength, if he simply wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. So, I speculate that if we want to leave this place, we can only follow the will of the ruler and move in a way that he allows." Move in a way that the ruler allows, Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He looked at the grand hall in front of him. Because of the undulating terrain of the mountain, he couldn't see the entirety of the palace complex. But, if he looked forwards from here, he could see that the palaces were connected together. And this was obviously a path. Before, Qin Yu didn't choose to recklessly enter these palaces because he was worried that there would be dangers within. After all, this was the residence of the ruler. Who knew whether or not the ruler's will that supported it would crush anyone who entered like a persimmon. But now, it seemed that the stone pagoda's speculations were highly likely. Could this be some sort of test? To display one's strength and talent and obtain the approval of the ruler, obtaining the legacy and reaching the peak? It couldn't be. With the status and level of the ruler, he always felt that doing such a thing was a bit degrading. And most importantly, the ruler of this world had clearly been cut down in a miserable manner after a great battle. At that time, with his experiences, how could he be in the mood to do such a thing? It didn't seem too reliable. The stone pagoda clearly sensed Qin Yu's ridiculing thoughts. It coughed and said, "Master, we can only give it a try." The word try was well used. The grand hall was here, so entering should be simple. But Qin Yu didn't think that directly pushing open the door and entering was a good choice. What if his analysis was wrong? If he angered the ruler's will, then even with Qin Yu's current strength, he would be nothing more than an unripe persimmon. But a persimmon was a persimmon. It was inevitable that it would be crushed, there was no doubt about this. He only had one life, and he didn't have the nearly undying and indestructible abilities of the Western Desolation and that clan. Thus, he naturally had to cherish his life. Thinking of this, he had to diverge his thoughts. The Western Desolation and that clan had worked together to construct the ship and carried out more than one cruel blood sacrifice. It was clear that they had intruded into the Mountain of Flames many times, so how could they not have discovered this palace complex? Thinking of the ever-burning flame he had seized from Li Yizhou's hands, it was clear that there was a high chance they had already come here. Thinking about it, that might not be the case. Flame life forms also had ever-burning flames within them. If he killed a few more, he could accumulate them. Whatever, who cared if they came here or not? As long as he was here, that was enough. But how should he try? The stone pagoda fell silent and even restrained its aura. Although it didn't say anything, its meaning was clear. I won't go, don't even think about it. In fact, Qin Yu didn't have any thoughts of using the stone pagoda to experiment. Right now, it was still very useful. So, Qin Yu looked around and pointed a finger. Fire Spirit, go into the Grand Hall and take a look at the situation. What do you mean take a look at the situation? The situation was obvious. Who didn't know? To put it in simpler terms, if you went in to look for mines, it would be best if nothing happened. If something happened, then that would be your bad luck. The stone pagoda could clearly feel the resentment coming from the fire spirit. It thought to itself, your good intentions clearly didn't have any effect. In the past, Qin Yu treated other women, especially those who were beautiful and pleasing to the eye, quite gently. How come he changed when it came to you? TSK, I can't figure it out, I really can't figure it out. Besides women, men are also fickle creatures. I'll remember it. The graceful figure drawn out by the flames stiffened for a long time. Then it said, "Yes, master." Its soft voice was cold and filled with resentment. Qin Yu nodded. Hurry. Fuck, this was heartless. If the fire spirit had tears, they would have formed a river of sorrow. It turned and flew towards the grand hall, reaching out a hand to push open the doors. Everything went smoothly. Besides a loud bang that was clearly mixed with anger, the fire spirit flew out after several breaths of time. Master, there is no danger. Its voice was hard and harsh. Qin Yu pretended not to hear it. You are just an array spirit, and yet you chose to become a woman, and one with a domineering figure at that. Just what is the meaning of this? Aren't you clearly telling others that I, Qin Yu, am a lustful person? You even gave me a taste. Humph, who gave you the courage? Who was it? You dared to do something like this and you still think I'll give you face? Just what are you thinking? Whoosh, his figure flashed, and he flew towards the entrance of the grand hall. If the fire spirit said there was no problem, then Qin Yu could believe this. She didn't dare to act recklessly, otherwise even if something bad happened to her, Qin Yu was confident he would be a step ahead and completely extinguish her. This was also the reason why Qin Yu's attitude was so cold and he didn't give her any face. Haha, your little life is in my hands, yet you still want to play any tricks? As for the burden in her heart, there was even less of it. After all, if it weren't for Qin Yu, the array spirit would have already been finished. The doors to the grand hall were pushed open and the interior was unobstructed. Looking around, one could see that everything was luxurious, as if it were new. There wasn't even a speck of dust on the surface. On both sides of the grand hall, there were 2 neat rows of over a dozen statues. They wore armor and held swords, spears, swords, halberds, and so on. They were lifelike and gave off an intimidating aura. To be cautious, Qin Yu focused his senses for several breaths of time, focusing on these statues. After confirming that there wasn't anything wrong, he took a deep breath and stepped in. The moment Qin Yu stepped in, there was a light sound in his ears. At the same time, an icy cold thought swept over his body. His first thought was that the fire spirit was quite bold. She actually dared to harm him? Could it be that after she became a woman, she also inherited her natural narrow-mindedness? Wasn't it just that her attitude towards him was a bit worse? Then, there was no then. Because before Qin Yu had a second thought, the statues that he had focused on came to life. ######. I highly recommend Old Brother Smoking Pipe's new book, Great Nation's Famous Chef. The author's quality is guaranteed and worth reading. Chapter 1393. There weren't any cracks on the surface, nor were there any angry roars or anything like that. They simply came to life in this silent state. Beneath the helmet, their eyes lit up. They were white and emotionless as they stared straight at Qin Yu. Shwa! Shwa! Saber lights and sword shadows came crashing down. Well, to be honest, the dubbing automatically appeared in Qin Yu's mind. This was because, just like the resurrection process of the statues, they didn't move when they attacked. But this didn't mean they were weak. On the contrary, they were terrifyingly powerful. This could be seen from Qin Yu's rapidly shrinking pupils. He took a step back and stormed backwards. Facing these statues that had come to life, Qin Yu's first thought was to temporarily avoid them. This was especially true after he felt the terrifying aura contained within these saber lights and sword shadows. But reality soon gave Qin Yu a pleasant surprise. With a loud bang, his chest rolled, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The temple door was open and he could see inside and outside. When he came in, he didn't feel anything, but now that he wanted to go out, he discovered that it was a one-way door. There was clearly nothing there, but it was like a mountain had been placed there. Qin Yu crashed into it and there wasn't even the slightest fluctuation. This caused Qin Yu to decisively give up on the idea of forcefully breaking open the door. He looked up at the saber lights and swords, clenching his teeth and shouting, "Fire spirit, just you wait." Of course she had to take the blame. But in fact, Qin Yu was well aware that the chances of her deliberately harming him weren't high. But this wasn't important. What was important was that someone had to take the blame. But right now, the most important thing was to try and survive. Otherwise, there was no meaning in taking the blame. His mind raced with all sorts of thoughts. It wasn't that Qin Yu was tired of living and didn't dare to be distracted in the face of danger, but that he could only use this method to make himself less nervous. Yes, Qin Yu was very nervous at this moment. This was because the strength of these statues was terrifyingly strong. Otherwise, the moment he saw them come to life, Qin Yu's first thought wouldn't be to retreat without hesitation. Sabers, spears, swords, and halberds were all silent. But this silence often meant an even greater terror. Qin Yu took a deep breath and punched out. There was a reason why strength could break all method. No matter how fancy one was, in the face of absolute power, one had to kneel down and call him daddy. But today, Qin Yu didn't think so. He didn't think that his fist could shatter the sword shadows. On the contrary, Qin Yu only wanted to temporarily block them and buy himself more time to find the weaknesses of these statues. The idea was good, the actions were decisive, and the explosive power was extremely great, but this didn't reduce the power of the statues. Puff puff, a dull sound rang out as his flesh and blood was torn apart. Qin Yu stuffily coughed and his face paled. Reality verified Qin Yu's speculations. In just a single strike, he had been injured, and his injuries were severe. There was something wrong with these statues. Given the toughness of the body of laws, even if he was attacked, he wouldn't be completely defenseless. However, in the face of these sabers, spears, swords, and halberds, it was as fragile as an eggshell, and it was directly sliced through. Although the wounds on Qin Yu's body seemed like red marks, they were actually shockingly deep. To describe it in a horrifying way, Qin Yu had already been chopped into many pieces. It was only because of his powerful physical body and astonishing vitality that he was barely able to continue sticking them together. Growing and healing was extremely difficult. The wounds caused by the statues contained a formidable cutting strength that could cut through anything. It wasn't just Qin Yu's body of laws, but also any strength that tried to repair the wounds. The so-called all-conquering, all-destroying, this was probably what it meant. It was over. Qin Yu's complexion paled and his eyes darkened. His heart, which had been filled with excitement not too long ago, now turned icy cold. He never thought that someone as powerful as his current realm would actually be unable to deal with a group of dead statues. Well, even though he had sensed that these statues weren't to be trifled with, the degree of terror they displayed far surpassed Qin Yu's expectations. He couldn't block them. This was just a single strike. Unless these statues were all 3-second men, there was no need for more. If they were struck 3 to 5 times in a row, Qin Yu would be killed on the spot. The body of laws was extremely powerful and possessed an incomparably potent vitality. The speed at which they recovered from injuries was astonishing, but these statues didn't give you a chance to recover at all. Every strike was a fatal wound. Master, hurry and leave, there is something wrong with these statues. The stone pagoda screamed in alarm and anger, as if it had sensed some horrifying truth. But this sentence was really nonsense. If I could escape, I would have run as far away as I could. Do I need you to remind me? The key was that there was no way to escape. Qin Yu's eyes had already swept around. Besides the door behind him, there were also some tightly shut windows. Not to mention whether he could open them. Even if he could, there was a high probability that they would be like doors. He could see outside, but he couldn't break out. What should he do? Accepting his fate and waiting for death was not something that would happen to Qin Yu. As long as he was breathing, he had to struggle to survive. Besides, he still had a trump card. For example, the sword he had obtained from the Dragon Saint's tier in the East Sea. Qin Yu hadn't seen its power, but he could only barely slash it with the help of the Great Tao. This alone was enough to prove how terrifying it was. Although Qin Yu only had half a Great Tao now, and the Yard Master had warned him not to use it, he was about to die. Who would have the time to warn her? Qin Yu gritted his teeth, and his eyes lit up. But what happened next made Qin Yu, who was ready to fight to the death, freeze on the spot. The statues that had come to life and seriously injured Qin Yu with a wave of saber light and sword shadows, forcing him to fight desperately, suddenly knelt on one knee. They threw away the sabers, spears, swords, and halberds in their hands and knelt on the ground respectfully. Who can tell me what kind of script this is? If I don't kill you in one wave, we'll recognize you as the main character in a series of idiotic sculptures? Qin Yu's eyes widened, and he almost choked on his own saliva. He coughed violently. Just as his brain was running wild with all kinds of nonsensical ideas, the kneeling statues picked up their weapons and returned to their original positions. Then, they turned back into a group of cold and motionless statues. This scene made Qin Yu a little disappointed. A second ago, he was still thinking that if he could subdue these statues, he would become a big boss who carried an army with him. What true saint? Try stabbing me in front of you. With a wave of his hand, a group of statues would go over, and with a swing of his saber, they would be chopped into 70 or 80 pieces. Are you afraid or not? But unfortunately, before this beautiful dream could even begin, it was shattered. Qin Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. His mind was in turmoil, and he relaxed for a moment. Then, he suddenly felt a terror that made his entire body twitch. Intense pain. This group of damned statues, they were really heavy-handed. But everything in front of him was strange and inexplicable. Who knew if they would suddenly come to life and teach Qin Yu another lesson? So, he had to hurry and leave this place. His figure moved, and Qin Yu appeared at the entrance of the hall. He stretched out his hand, and sure enough, the invisible shackles disappeared. Joy appeared on his face, but he only took one step before he stopped. After suffering a wave of saber light and sword shadows, his entire body was almost chopped into minced meat. Was he going to suffer such a great loss for nothing? He turned his head and looked into the depths of the hall, and then looked at the group of silent statues. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. Wealth comes from danger. I'll go all out. Of course, another important reason that prompted Qin Yu to make this risky decision was that even if he left the hall from here, what should he do next? No matter which direction he went, he would be forcefully brought back to this place. Unless he waited for death, he would have to come back sooner or later. Since that was the case, he might as well take a gamble now. Whoosh! Qin Yu's figure moved, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. His speed erupted to the limit as he rushed towards the other end of the hall. Everything went smoothly. The statues remained motionless, maintaining their silent state. There were no other dangers within the hall. Who? He let out a long breath. It wasn't that Qin Yu was a coward, but that this hall was far too terrifying. If those statues came to life again, then to be honest, Qin Yu didn't have full confidence that he would be able to escape unscathed. A door appeared in his line of sight. Sure enough, the front and back of the hall could be entered and exited. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Just as he was about to speed up and rush out, he suddenly saw a stone wall on the left side of the hall. On it were some strange lines that seemed messy at first, but upon closer inspection, one could naturally understand their meaning. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. Although he couldn't see them clearly, his intuition told him that these lines on the stone wall weren't simple. Subconsciously, he stopped and looked at them. In almost an instant, Qin Yu's consciousness was drawn in. This is. Qin Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. His face was filled with shock and he cried out in his heart, "That's right, that's right. Wasn't it said in the script that the protagonist would go through untold hardships to pass through a series of extremely difficult tests, and after passing them, there would definitely be a reward? Simply put, it was like hitting someone with a stick and then giving them a carrot." Although Qin Yu hadn't experienced a series of tests and it had ended abruptly and inexplicably, he had definitely risked his life. The difficulty level was high enough to receive a carrot. Although the statues in the hall hadn't woken up yet, the danger couldn't be completely ruled out. Thus, the best choice was to immediately leave. But to leave like this, no, that was impossible. He couldn't leave. Even if he had to endure that wave of saber lights and sword shadows just now, he absolutely couldn't leave. "Stone Pagoda, guard the pass for me." Qin Yu sat down cross-legged. His eyes flashed with a sharp light as he stared at the lines on the wall, entranced. "Stone Pagoda, what the hell? You suddenly went into seclusion? What's going on now? Can't you figure out what's going on?" But as soon as Qin Yu finished speaking, he didn't give it a chance to object. As for whether or not it should wake Qin Yu up and have him calm down and leave, all right, this thought only appeared for a moment before it was suppressed by the stone pagoda without hesitation. Qin Yu wasn't someone who couldn't remain calm. If he didn't even care about the dangers and directly asked it to guard the pass, then these lines on the wall must be extremely important. If it disturbed him now, then there was absolutely no room for discussion. Chapter 1394. What a bitter life! Just as you were about to get out of danger, something like this suddenly appeared. You couldn't even resist and could only endure it. The stone pagoda phantom appeared and covered Qin Yu. He thought for a moment and said, "Fire spirit, take a look at the gate in front of us. Can we really leave?" The fire spirit nodded woodenly. Of course, it understood that this was another arrangement for it to act as a pathfinder. She didn't dare to resist Qin Yu's will. As for the stone pagoda, forget it, she still didn't dare. If she had known that the spiritual world would be so tragic, she would have just dissipated back then. Forget it, forget it. It was better to be alive. She had never truly seen this beautiful and colorful world. With a slight movement, the fire spirit floated over and pushed outward. The door quietly opened, and the entire process was as smooth as before. Shurta said, "Let's go out and take a look. Don't go too far." The fire spirit clenched its teeth. It flew out of the hall and returned after several breaths of time. "It's safe." Its voice was icy cold, filled with dissatisfaction. Qin Yu was like this and the stone pagoda was like this. Did she deserve to be bullied? In this kind of living environment, who would still be in the mood to speak nicely? Shurta let out a long breath of relief. Luckily, even if there really was danger, Qin Yu would still be able to escape at this distance. As for the fire spirit's attitude, that was a small matter. She was a woman, so he just had to coax her a little. If it wasn't enough, he would coax her again. The lines on the wall were like scribbles and Qin Yu looked as if he had seen a beautiful woman stripping. What was going on? Shurta finally had the mood to look at it. After a few glances, he let out a muffled groan. He felt as if he had been hit in the head by a ruthless stick, or as if he had been hit by an invigilator's elbow when he was cheating on an exam. Fuck, if you don't tell me, how would I know? Only Qin Yu can see these things on the wall? Also, I didn't look much, just up and down a few times. Was there a need to be so ruthless? Fortunately, I don't have a pair of eyes, or else I'd definitely be black and blue. Bam, another strike. The stone tower was speechless. Can't I even think about it? So domineering. I'm a coward. Boss, please spare me. The fire spirit shivered. She saw the phantom of the stone tower tremble twice, and then she felt a suffocating pressure in the air. Sovereign will. In the silence, time slowly passed in the hall. Finally, 2 hours later, Qin Yu's body shook and his dazed eyes regained focus. The moment he woke up, The weed-like lines on the stone walls of the hall began to disappear. Starting from the center, it continued to spread outwards. The emptiness devoured everything until there was nothing left. It was as if the lines that Yu had seen before didn't exist at all. Sure, Tom muttered, so this thing can only be given to one person. Previously, he had taken a few peeks and tried his best to memorize some of the things. Now, it was as if someone had erased all of them, leaving nothing in his mind. A hegemon relic. Without a doubt, this was the relic of the Sovereign Lord. Could it be that his luck was so good that he had obtained an ultimate treasure chest in the very first palace? Master, just as he was about to speak, he was interrupted. Yu said, "It's not what you think it is. So, hold back your excitement and saliva for now. We'll talk about it after we leave this place." Swish, he dashed out of the hall. Fire spirit. Why didn't I die then? Can't you see me? He didn't care or ask about it. I was the one who opened the door, and I was the one who checked outside. Although there was an accident earlier, it wasn't because of me. She was angry and wronged. The fire spirit bit her lips and chased after him. But a stubborn seed that yearned for freedom in her heart sprouted at this moment. She wanted freedom, she wanted her spiritual authority. Yu stood outside the hall. This should have been a square, but now it had been forcefully pulled into a slope by a mountain peak. As he thought, passing through the hall was the path that the Sovereign Lord will allowed. All other paths couldn't be taken. It was just that these halls were a bit too terrifying. Just randomly opening one of them had nearly cost him his life. Yu let out a deep breath. What is recorded on the stone wall is a body transformation supernatural ability. It requires a body of rules as the starting point. It's hard to say exactly, but it is extremely fierce. This could be considered an explanation for the stone tower. Right now it was so curious that it nearly exploded. As it heard this, it nodded again and again. But its eyes still fervently stared at Yu. It was clear that this wasn't all it cared about. Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Don't ask me. I'm also fascinated right now. He really couldn't figure out why the statue had suddenly stopped and even knelt down. The stone tower coughed lightly. Master, are you hiding something? For instance, something about your life, background, or something like that. Yu's lips twitched. Did you read too many novels out of boredom? How could there be so many people in this world who pretend to be pigs to eat tigers? The stone tower, thinking about it, it nodded. It had followed Yu for a long time. If there really was some secret, it should have been able to detect it. That's strange. Yu rubbed his temples. If there's something I can't figure out, then I'll put it aside for now. Perhaps the answer will pop out on its own in the future. As for his own life, he had some guesses. But, if one said that these palaces were related to some clan, Yu absolutely didn't believe it. If that was the case, then why would they spend so much effort searching for him outside for so many years? In the end, Yu and several old monsters teamed up to pluck away the peaches. Forget it. Just like he said, he would put it aside for now. He turned to look at the fire spirit that was quietly floating to the side, silently expressing its dissatisfaction. Yu frowned. Do you feel wronged? The fire spirit stiffly said, I don't dare. That's right. Yu sneered. Just now in the hall I almost died. You saw it with your own eyes. Didn't you say that there was no problem? Just because of this, you don't have the qualifications to feel wronged? The fire spirit wanted to cry. You clearly sensed that there was no problem before you went in. Also, when I went in first, nothing happened. You saw it for yourself. But Yu clearly didn't plan on reasoning with her. Continue to explore. Remember, I will only allow you to make the same mistake once. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The fire spirit cried as she walked away. The stone tower coughed. Master, isn't that a bit too much? After all, she is a woman and we still need her right now. Yu lightly said, You really don't understand? The stone tower was silent for a moment. It whispered, "I might understand a little." Qin Yu humph. "Then what are you still wasting time talking about?" From the very start, the fire spirit had ill intentions, so it was only natural that she would receive Qin Yu's icy and blunt attitude. His goal was to tell her to put away all small thoughts and not do anything stupid. Perverted. Qin Yu really didn't know where the fire spirit of the Array Spirit Tablet had come up with this conclusion about him. It was simply ridiculous. Of course, there was another important reason for doing this. When he collected the everlasting flame and even other flames in the future, the fire spirit would be a great help. The furnace could absorb the most powerful flames in the world and constantly transform. Absorbing the eternal night flame was one, and finding the everlasting flame today was two. But anyone with a little bit of math would know that after 1 and 2 came 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and so on and so forth. There were far too many of them. At the very least, Qin Yu didn't know how many people there were in this big family. Although the furnace couldn't eat so many, the first 10 shouldn't be a problem. In other words, for a long time to come, the fire spirit would have to be by his side, and it would be of great use. In this sort of situation, if he wanted to use it with peace of mind, he would have to beat her up and help her understand her position. Otherwise, if she dared to have such thoughts about Qin Yu, did she really think he was a good person? Haha, I won't destroy the fire spirit, but will you believe me when I say I will directly seal it? He sat down cross-legged to heal his injuries. The wounds left by the sword shadows seemed to have healed on the surface, but the internal slash marks were still extremely clear. For example, Qin Yu was like a terracotta statue that looked fine on the surface but was riddled with cracks on the inside. But now, these injuries, in Qin Yu's opinion, came at just the right time. It wasn't that he was a psychopath and actually felt that being injured was something enjoyable. Rather, it was a good opportunity to verify that the body tempering technique he had learned from the stone wall was a top-notch great divine ability that required the body of laws as the starting point. That's right, from Qin Yu's point of view, this body refining technique had enough qualifications to be called a supernatural power. Picking stars. This was the name of the body refining technique on the stone wall. The simple explanation was that after cultivating this technique, one could use the power of their body to pick stars with a wave of their hand. And now, Qin Yu certainly knew that the so-called stars in the galaxy, each one corresponded to a small world. Thus, if his understanding wasn't wrong, and the person who left behind this body refining technique wasn't bragging, then as long as one cultivated it to the large success level, one could summon world-destroying punishment with a wave of a hand. Alright, to be honest, when Qin Yu first saw it, he also thought it was bragging. Having cultivated the body of laws, he still had some say in the aspect of body tempering. It was still possible for a strong body to be immortal and indestructible, but to say that he was strong enough to destroy the heavens and earth with just a punch or a kick was indeed too fantastical. But since he had learned it, there was no harm in practicing it. After all, it was a ruler's relic. Although it had nothing to do with breaking through to the ruler realm, even if it was bragging, its power shouldn't be too disappointing. In fact, Qin Yu wasn't disappointed. When he pushed the blood energy in his body according to the contents of picking stars, he had already cultivated it for a long time. It was as if his body of laws had just been activated. Strong and firm, like a towering mountain that could not be bent in the slightest. Dong, dong. In his chest, his heart was vigorously beating. His blood was pushed through his body, circulating at an astonishing speed. Steam was released, forming a white fog above Qin Yu's head. His exposed flesh and blood were red, like iron ingots being heated in a furnace. Fierce, overbearing, ruthless, he was like an awakened vicious beast. Within his body, the numerous wounds were healing at an astonishing speed under the high temperature of his flesh and blood. Kacha! Kacha! This was the stone slab beneath him. It couldn't withstand his aura and began to crack apart. The punching bag brand fire spirit flew back, panting with rage, just in time to see the scene in front of it. Ah! With a cry of alarm, the flame figure instantly distorted. It was so frightened by Qin Yu's aura that it nearly collapsed on the spot. Picking stars. What a good picking stars! The products of a ruler were truly top quality. No, a simple top-quality evaluation wasn't enough to truly reflect the preciousness of picking stars. Based on the feedback Qin Yu received when he first cultivated it, it was hard to say whether or not he could summon the power to destroy the world with a wave of his hand once he cultivated it to large success. But, if he used it to kill people, it would definitely be more than enough. A single punch would smash a pile of dregs. Now, Qin Yu felt that even if he only used the strength of his mortal body, he was confident he could fight a true saint. And this was only the beginning of cultivation. At most, he had just touched upon it. He was still some distance away from crossing the threshold. If he continued to cultivate it, the degree of improvement could be imagined. The name Picking Stars was truly fitting. In normal circumstances, if one obtained such a heaven-defying supernatural power, they would immediately go into seclusion to cultivate it. Even 100 years wouldn't be too long. But right now, it was clear he was in an abnormal state. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu forced himself to break free from his impatient cultivation state. As he suppressed the roaring blood in his body, the boiling heat around him gradually dissipated. Pa-ta! The fire spirit fell to the ground. Its flame body shattered, and it shrank into a palm-sized ball of fire, shivering in fear. Terrifying, far too terrifying. Qin Yu's aura just now made her feel as if he was a monster that wanted to destroy everything. She didn't even dare to run away. The accumulated resentment in the heart of the fire spirit, as well as some immature thoughts, all vanished at this moment. She had no choice but to disperse. If Qin Yu was this fierce and wanted to continue doing anything, then that was simply seeking death. Don't look at how the fire spirit had thought about why she hadn't died earlier. In truth, in terms of fear of death, even if she couldn't compare to the shadow of the abyss, the difference wasn't too great. Just think about it. An array spirit that didn't have long to live had managed to survive and obtain a lucky chance to fuse together with the fire spirit, allowing her to exist in this world for a long time. This was simply the smallest probability among the smallest probability. She hadn't even had time to look at the world and enjoy the beautiful life that only existed in her imagination, and now she was asking the fire spirit to die? Forget it, it wasn't bad to live on. If that wasn't enough, then she could live a bit more. Qin Yu definitely wouldn't have thought that his plan to teach the fire spirit a lesson would suddenly succeed because of this matter. Ta was extremely excited. After learning that that race was a colossus that could compare with the Western Desolation, and also vaguely knowing that they came from another world, he felt a bit lost in his heart. This was because the possibility of revenge had suddenly become slim. No matter how strong Qin Yu was, could he compare with the half-step Emperor realm that the divine dragon appeared? Not to mention, even if he used his knees to think, he knew that a half-step Emperor was definitely not the strongest expert of that race. This was a matter that made one feel despair, especially when there was just a glimmer of hope for revenge, but it was extinguished in the blink of an eye. The huge psychological gap left Ta at a loss. But now, the fire of hope was ignited once more. So what if that race was strong? Qin Yu was always a person that could constantly give people pleasant surprises. When he first followed him, Qin Yu was just a slightly stronger ant. He simply didn't know how high the heavens were and how deep the earth was. But now, with a flap of his wings, he could soar 90,000 miles. The current Qin Yu could say that he was at the peak of Vast Yang, the peak below the ruler realm. Moreover, with Qin Yu's luck, it was normal for him to have harvests in the ruins of a ruler. Star plucking was the best example. Was the ruler realm far away? No. It was already very close. Even if that race was in another world and their strength was extremely terrifying, so what? One day, he would bring Qin Yu there and slaughter his way over. ############################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################################### story of a son-in-law's counterattack. It was worth reading. Chapter 1395. While the stone tower was shamelessly boasting, someone had already begun to fight. The two participants were the resentful spirit Plaque Licigi and Seamless Saint, who had previously come to an agreement through threats. It had to be said that these two were truly miserable. They had aggressively tried to kill Yao Tao and Qin Yu, but in the end, they were pressed to the ground and violently rubbed against each other. They had basically lost everything, and each of them was only left with their underpants. After suffering such a great loss, the two could be said to be brothers in hardship. However, the scene of hugging and crying and supporting each other would not appear on the two of them. They had chosen to target each other, to devour each other, and all their previous losses would be recovered, and they might even gain something. This was probably what it meant by birds of a feather flocking together. As for who had made the first move, it was already difficult to investigate. However, this was not important, because the moment they turned hostile, Seamless Saint and Licigi knew that they had the same idea. Licigi was beaten by Yao Tao, and Seamless Saint was deceived by Qin Yu's acting. The strength of both sides had been reduced, and for a moment, it was hard to tell who would win. Roar. With a roar, Licigi suddenly opened his mouth to an astonishing degree. Like a huge black hole, he swallowed Seamless Saint into his stomach. However, the fight did not end because of this. Or more accurately, Licigi, who seemed to have the upper hand and swallowed Seamless Saint, might have been tricked. Because, at the moment Seamless Saint was swallowed, black flames suddenly gushed out from Licigi's mouth, nose, and ears, submerging him in the blink of an eye. "You dare to devour a Ghost Path powerhouse? I'm afraid you don't know how the word death is written," Seamless Saint sneered, coming from the black flames. Licigi growled, "Then let's see who can survive until the end." Boom! Within the black flames, a thick blood-red color gushed out, tumbling like a blood mist. Black and red intertwined in front of everyone's eyes. Yao Tao curled up. Her entire body was almost perfectly round, like a bubble, quietly suspended in the flames. If one looked closer, they would discover that on her fair and delicate skin, there were now some faint golden patterns. In the burning of the everlasting flame, the golden patterns constantly surged, and light spots gathered from all directions, pouring into her body. As time passed, Yao Tao's weak aura was rapidly recovering. The activation of her second personality placed a great burden on her. It was similar to a state where she would explode with super strength and overdraft her potential. Therefore, after her second personality had awakened twice, Yao Tao had to go into a short hibernation to recover her strength as soon as possible. However, sleeping didn't mean that Yao Tao was powerless to protect herself. On the contrary, the current Yao Tao might be in an even more dangerous situation. Amidst the twisting flames, a pair of cold and ruthless eyes appeared. This flame creature had locked onto Yao Tao. After waiting for a long time, it had finally decided to attack. It leaped out and opened its mouth wide. Blazing flames began to condense, and the temperature within a small area rapidly rose. Roar accompanied by the roar, flames shot out, like a fire dragon rushing towards Yao Tao. However, just as the fire dragon was about to touch Yao Tao, the faint golden patterns on her body suddenly lit up. Then, everything fell silent. The roaring fire dragon, the sneak attack of the flaming creatures, and even the wantonly burning undying flames in the surroundings. In the next moment, the fire dragon and the fire creature that had ambushed him shattered and dissipated at the same time. The burning eternal flames in the surroundings started pulsating again. The entire process was incomparably quiet. There was not the slightest sound, and everything returned to its previous state as if nothing had happened. Although he had basically determined that he had to pass through the main hall in order to move around, Qin Yu still tried several more times to determine that he couldn't pass through these unorthodox methods. Then, he frowned and looked forwards. The second main hall. Although Qin Yu had already experienced this once and he had smoothly obtained some benefits, he still couldn't help but feel his heart racing. This time, there were no statues in the main hall. Instead, there were pictures of a group of dancing women on the ground. It was as if there really had been a group of girls dancing in this hall a long, long time ago when they had been sucked into the floor. The word lifelike was no longer enough to describe what he was feeling right now. This was because when he looked down, he could clearly hear the cheerful and joyous music playing in his ears, and he could even see the beautiful movements of the dancers in front of him. Qin Yu was willing to bet the dog head of the stone pagoda that in this seemingly tranquil main hall, the troublesome things were definitely these pictures of women. The fire spirit had already circled around inside many times, but nothing had happened. It was clearly telling Qin Yu that it wasn't going to take the blame. You saw it with your own eyes. If you wanted to come in, then come in. If you didn't want to, then stay outside. Life was just so helpless. Sometimes, even if you knew there was a giant pit in front of you, you could only brace yourself and jump in. Qin Yu took a deep breath and stepped into the main hall. The moment he entered, he heard a light hum in his ears. What followed was an ice-cold thought that swept over them. It really came. A pleasant zither sounded out, followed by the sound of a flute, and then a pipa and zither. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful piece of music appeared. It was like a trickling stream of water that flowed into his heart, instantly intoxicating him. Qin Yu fiercely bit down on the tip of his tongue to extricate himself from the music. He thought to himself that the products of this main hall were truly terrifying. Just a single piece of music had instantly drawn his mind in. And this was when Qin Yu was on guard and his mind was tense. In short, this was terrifying to the extreme. A woman began to sing. Her voice was graceful. It was impossible to hear what she was singing, but it immediately caused a spiritual resonance. Qin Yu had just regained consciousness, but he was almost sucked in again. He bitterly smiled and bit down on his tongue. The sun and moon force field revolved normally. It was clear that he hadn't noticed anything wrong. It seemed that this music and song weren't soul attacks in the traditional sense. The women on the floor began to walk out one at a time. They smiled, their eyes sparkling. Their eyes wandered over Qin Yu's body, wanting to say something. Some people began to dance. Their graceful figures were like rainbows and bright moons. Thus, Qin Yu's tongue was damaged and his mouth was filled with the smell of blood. He knew that everything in front of him was an illusion, and that there was a killing trap hidden within this illusion, but he still couldn't maintain a clear mind. This matter was simple to say, but only by carefully thinking about it could one feel the horrifying horror contained within. It could be summarized as if you didn't want to die and you were willing to die on your own initiative. During the entire process, you were clear-headed but you couldn't control yourself. Qin Yu wasn't sure how long he could last. Perhaps the next time his consciousness blurred, he wouldn't be able to wake up again. As for what would happen if he didn't wake up, there was no need to say anything. Even Qin Yu's knees were clear on this. Then, he might as well give it a try, although he didn't have the slightest assurance that he could succeed, and this matter itself was strange and unreasonable. At this time, if he wanted to continue down this path, he could only give it a try. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu opened his mouth and pushed outwards. Bah! The blood that filled his mouth from biting his tongue was finally put to use. As it fell to the ground, it was instantly absorbed. Shwa! The sounds of musical instruments vanished and the moving voices stopped. The dancing figures trembled as they knelt on the ground. They kowtowed to Qin Yu 3 times in succession before vanishing like smoke. The entire hall fell deathly silent. Although Qin Yu must have held some expectations in his heart before doing this, when the result appeared, he felt a bit dizzy. It ended like this? It was just a mouthful of blood, and it was even caused by Qin Yu himself. The stone pagoda's faint voice sounded out. Master, at a time like this, do you still wish to continue hiding your identity? Qin Yu, what could he say? He felt that there was no way to explain this matter. His eyes swept around in a daze. The fire spirit also stared at him, a look of realization on her face. No wonder Qin Yu gave off such a terrifying feeling. It turned out that he had a great background. Sure enough, her decision to put away her thoughts was correct, otherwise she would have been finished. Who? Qin Yu let out a long breath. Now, he could confirm that there was some unknown connection between him and these palaces. Or, it was more accurate to say that the ruler who had already perished here was somehow related to Qin Yu. This was the only explanation. Otherwise, if anyone thought that they could casually pass by just spitting out a mouthful of blood, that would simply be the greatest joke in the world. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. Right now, he had two guesses. One was the little blue lamp. That fellow seemed to be addicted to disappearing. Currently, there was only a faint connection between it and Qin Yu, and it didn't speak or move at all. But with the mysteriousness of the little blue lamp and the various miracles it displayed, it was normal for it to be related to the ruler of this world. The other one was the mysterious woman with a blurry face in the shadow of the sun and moon. Out of all the secrets on Qin Yu's body, she was the most unfathomable. From what he could see now, not even a true saint could compare with her. And above a true saint was naturally a ruler. A thought suddenly sprang into his mind. Could it be that the ruler of this world hadn't perished at all, but had used some method to escape? But that couldn't be right. The reason why the Garden Master and Sage Scholatry were able to achieve the Great Tao with their different identities was because they had been nourished by the body of a true saint. From this, it could be seen that a true saint had truly perished here. Qin Yu raised a hand and rubbed his eyebrows. He felt as if there was a paste in his head and everything was blurry. However, his advantage was that he could temporarily put aside things that he couldn't understand or couldn't deal with. After all, strictly speaking, this matter wasn't bad for Qin Yu. Instead, it was a great help. He could directly pass by just spitting out a mouthful of blood. If such a good thing were to spread out, who knew how many people would turn red with envy? It had to be known that clearing a level wasn't just passing a level. The previous haul had given him a sweet date, so there was no reason not to do the same here. After all, in terms of the degree of danger, even though the statues that slashed down the sword's shadows were extremely terrifying, he could at least think of a way to resist them. These singing and dancing women were the ones who could kill people invisibly. In comparison, they were even more terrifying. Qin Yu ignored the stone pagoda's questions and ignored the eyes of the fire spirit. He rushed to the other side of the hall. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. There really was a date. Chapter 1396. The second hall was basically exactly the same as the first hall in terms of the appearance that one could see with one's eyes. That's right, although they seemed messy, the truth was that there were profound principles hidden within. These were the strange lines that appeared on the walls of the hall. Not just that, but the requirements were equally harsh. The first hall's picking stars required one to have a body of rules as the starting point. Only a cultivator that had cultivated a body of rules could understand its meaning. As for the second hall, its name was Moon Seizing. These were just two names. There was no need for anything else. If someone said they weren't related to each other, Qin Yu would be the first to not believe it. But whether they were names or not, whether they were related or not, they weren't that important. What was important was that since Qin Yu could understand them, that meant he had the qualifications to cultivate them. Although the names of these two great supernatural powers were similar, the truth was that there were enormous differences. Picking stars was a body refining technique. By cultivating the strongest flesh and blood body, one could easily destroy the heavens and earth. As for moon seizing, it was an arcane technique used to cultivate the soul. Its meaning was the same as picking stars. The general meaning was that if one could cultivate it to an extremely profound level, one's divine sense could cross endless distances and casually investigate the myriad worlds of the heavens. The so-called moon also referred to different worlds. However, the interpretation of the word embrace in this state of mind was something that people couldn't help but think about. If one could only reach the point of sweeping through the myriad worlds of the heavens with a single thought, then it couldn't be described with the word seizing. After all, the word seizing had already been seizing. At the very least, it had to shake a few times. Qin Yu felt that he was most likely bragging again. If one cultivated their mortal body to the highest and strongest state, then there was a slight possibility that they could destroy the heavens and earth with their full strength. But for something like divine sense, if one wanted to shake the world, then one could only say he to understand the specifics. Arrogant, overbearing, these were the labels that Qin Yu had given the deceased ruler in his heart. The source of these labels was his own personal experiences. As for why he wanted to understand this ruler, since he had run into his home and was preparing to take away his belongings, there was no harm in understanding him a bit more. Perhaps he might be able to analyze his personality and obtain some useful information. In short, there was no harm in being prepared. After all, in this world, opportunities were always given to those who were prepared. Enough with the nonsense. Since he had obtained something good, he naturally had to make it his first. It was impossible to go deep into cultivation, but from the pleasant surprise that star plucking had given Qin Yu, even if he only cultivated a little, the effects would be astonishing. Yes, it was indeed shocking. When Qin Yu opened his eyes from his meditative state, he made a decision. All of these halls were his. He couldn't miss a single one of them. Then, the third hall, the fourth hall, the fifth hall to Qin Yu, this process was extremely easy. As soon as he stepped in, he flicked his finger. Before the other side could even move, the smell of blood was released. Next, it was time to eat the date. If this matter were to be known by others, they would definitely spit out a mouthful of blood on the spot and curse at the shame of cheating. Divine concealment, shield defense, defensive strike, these were the harvests that the third, fourth, and fifth ranks had given him. One cultivated the spirit, one cultivated the defense, and one cultivated the offense. Putting them together with the star plucking and moon seizing techniques from before, it was impressively a combination of both offense and defense. Was there anything in this world more satisfying than eating dates that were incredibly sweet, one after the other? Qin Yu could tell you with personal experience that there was absolutely no such thing. In particular, at this moment, he was standing in front of a relatively flat square. As he looked around, he couldn't see the end of the palaces. Did you know what Qin Yu was feeling right now? It was like a farmer gazing at the bountiful harvest of fruits on a sunny autumn day. How many dates were there? He had no idea. Was a ruler so powerful? It was obvious. All of these were mine? Of course. Qin Yu didn't think about anything else. His mind was filled with these halls. What was it about the relic of a ruler? These were the greatest treasures. He circled the entire hall as far as his eyes could see. Even Qin Yu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He didn't even dare to think about how many harvests there were. But just as Qin Yu's heart was filled with excitement and he was prepared to do something big, reality slapped him in the face and woke him up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, there was no 6 after that. Of course, it was even more impossible for there to be little brothers 7, 8, and 9. In other words, after Qin Yu obtained picking star, moon seizing, soul concealing, shield defense, and defensive strike, he didn't have any more. Did you know what it meant to be excited to the peak and then fall into an endless abyss without warning? Qin Yu was like that right now. But in reality, as Qin Yu was filled with disappointment and helplessness, there was someone who was 10,000 times more pessimistic than him. Su Yen and Su Yen, the two spatial true saints, looked at the stone wall in front of them. As they saw the chaotic lines suddenly disappear, their complexions changed. They were well aware of the reason for this. It was because of this that they felt despair and found it hard to accept. The two brothers worked together and had already deciphered most of the content. Everything was on the right track, and they only needed a little more time to completely decipher it. But at this time, someone was a step ahead of them. Ah! Su Yen roared out loud. His fists pounded the ground. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the entire hall violently shook. But it was only a tremor. The place where the fist struck didn't crack at all. In fact, there wasn't even a trace left behind. On the other hand, Su Yan's bones were broken and his fists were torn apart. Blood instantly flowed out. Su Yan took a deep breath. Big brother, since things have come to this, let's switch to another supernatural power. Su Yan nodded. Let's go. Whoosh. The two turned and left, rushing out of the hall. Without any hesitation, they went straight to another hall. They pushed open the door and stepped in. As they flashed the token in their hands, the icy cold fluctuations of will that swept over them immediately relaxed. Following that, they didn't encounter any danger at all. They rushed deep into the hall, their eyes locking onto the chaotic lines on the stone wall. Su Yen frowned. They hadn't prepared for this inherited supernatural power before this, and it would be extremely difficult to decipher it. But no matter how difficult it was, they had to try. Even if they had to spend 1,000 years or 10,000 years here, as long as they could obtain some harvest, it was all worth it. Let's begin. The two true saints sat down cross-legged, a sharp light surging in their eyes as they stared at the stone wall in front of them. But soon, the two brothers' alarmed roars rang out in the hall. This was because the lines on the stone wall had disappeared once more. It had been deciphered, it had been deciphered again. Impossible, this was absolutely impossible. The two Su family true saint brothers felt like they were going to go crazy. They were well aware of the level of the inherited supernatural powers. Even though they had prepared beforehand, they had only focused on one. Even with their combined strength, they still couldn't decipher one of the inherited supernatural powers. Who could be faster than them? But no matter how shocked the two brothers were, this was an indisputable fact that was placed right in front of them. No one spoke. Su Yen and Su Yen turned and rushed to the next hall. But what they discovered next made them feel as if they had fallen into an icy lake. Gone. All gone. Looking at the empty stone walls in the hall, the two true saints, Su Yen and Su Yen, were in a daze. 5 inherited supernatural powers, the legendary Great Tao that led straight to the sovereign realm, had been taken away just like that. Who was it? Hatred was necessary because in the eyes of the Su family brothers, the 5 inherited supernatural powers should have been theirs to begin with. Hu-chi, the two brothers stared at each other, breathing heavily. They could see the ruthlessness in each other's eyes. Feng Yunyu. Su Yen roared. Su Yen said, "We've underestimated them. I didn't expect these 3 old fools to have such a trick up their sleeve." Su Yen gritted his teeth. They must still be here. Su Yan's eyes flashed coldly. Find them. Boom. Boom. They rushed out as if they had gone mad. Their target was Feng Yunyu. But what the two true saints did not know was that while they were going mad, Feng Yunyu and the other two who were their targets had also gone mad. The reason was the same. The 5 inherited supernatural powers in the hall had all been deciphered and taken away. Apart from them, the Su family brothers were the most likely to be the culprit. Both of them knew very well that to be able to find this place in such a short period of time and with such speed, it could not be anyone else. Thus, the current situation was that while they were looking for each other, they were also looking for each other. Kill them and take back the inherited supernatural powers. Chapter 1397. Qin Yu was not willing. What was going on? It felt like the beginning of a sumptuous banquet, but it suddenly dispersed. What was going on? In any case, passing through the halls was as easy as flicking a finger for him. The cost was low, so it was worth a try. What if there was a discovery? There was no need to think too much about it. Even if there was another one, it was fine. Reality had proven that no matter how strong one's heart was, no matter how calm and composed one was, when faced with the greatest benefits, it was hard to remain completely calm. Human nature was understandable, but reality was always so cruel. The more halls he walked through, the more disappointed Qin Yu became. There was nothing. This left Qin Yu feeling helpless. But he also felt that he was lucky enough. Out of so many halls, there were only 5 places with sweet dates, and the result was that he had eaten them all. TSK, just how good of a luck was this? Forget it, as a person, one could not be too greedy. Since he could not find more sweets, he would continue to search for the ever-burning flame. After all, strictly speaking, this was an unexpected harvest. After comforting himself, Qin Yu adjusted his mood and reached out to push open the door. But just as the door was about to open and there was only a small crack left, his expression suddenly changed. There were people outside. There was more than one, and from the looks of it, it was clear that they were fighting. Looking over, Qin Yu was not used to seeing people through the crack of the door, but he was able to confirm the identity of the people outside. Both sides of the battle were familiar faces. Su Yen and his brother teamed up against the other 3 ancient true divines who did not speak much and had a weak presence. Qin Yu's first reaction was, why were they here? The range of the palaces was large, but to the Su brothers who had the pass token and were unhindered, it was only a matter of time before they met. Therefore, this scene came so suddenly and directly. Su brothers! Feng Yunyu. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. In their eyes, both sides saw each other as mortal enemies. There was no need to speak, and they immediately started fighting. They were very clear on the importance of inheriting supernatural powers. Because of this, they understood that words were meaningless. Only their fists and strength could decide who they belonged to in the end. Moreover, what if they said a few more words and they escaped? Both sides had almost the same idea, which led to the situation of fighting the moment they met. If it wasn't for the fact that these palaces had been contaminated by the ruler's aura, they would have long since been torn to shreds. And if this was really the case, then Qin Yu, who was hiding in the hall and peeking through a crack, would have long since been exposed. Grand space explosion. Su Yen roared as he threw a punch. At the same time, Su Yen threw a punch as well. Dong, dong, 2 muffled sounds almost connected into a single line. 2 rings of violent vibrations directly fused together, like a boulder falling into the water, immediately setting off raging waves. A terrifying shock wave swept out wantonly, forcefully tearing the space apart and forming countless pitch-black cracks that covered the other side like a net. Wind. The first ancient true divine made his move. Instantly, a strong gust of wind blew across the sky, dispersing the inextinguishable fire and forming a large empty space. Cloud. As the second ancient true divine stepped forward, the empty space in front of them was instantly filled with endless clouds. Rain. The third ancient true divine raised his hand and pointed. Amidst the violent rolling of the clouds, countless raindrops fell down, forming a dense line. The power of the space instantly clashed with the raindrops, causing a low and deep sound to reverberate through the air. Hand over the 5 inherited techniques. You are seeking death. You want to deny it? Impossible. Scattered shouts of anger were mixed in with the killing. Both sides went all out, not holding back at all. Inside the hall, Qin Yu shrunk his neck. Suddenly, he felt a chill from the bottom of his heart and spread throughout his body. Firstly, he realized that he had been too careless. How could the 2 true divine Su brothers work together? The power that could erupt from 1+1 was simply terrifying. There were also Feng Yun and Yu. Have you ever seen a true divine level technique that complemented each other? The one in front of him was one, and it was the kind that complemented each other perfectly. In other words, although it looked like there were 3 ancient true divine in front of him, in reality, their power was at least doubled. If it was before, Qin Yu was extremely sure that he would not be able to gain the upper hand if he clashed with any of the two sides. In fact, if he was careless, he might even suffer a loss. Another reason was that through the conversation between the Su brothers and Feng Yun and Yu, he could faintly guess some things. For instance, the 5 inherited techniques. Almost instinctively, Qin Yu immediately thought of the 5 sweet dates that he had eaten. Picking stars, seizing moon, concealing soul, defending shield, defensive strike, there were exactly 5 of them. Could they be the things that they were talking about? Looking at the situation today, it was clear that the two sides were locked in a fierce battle because of this. But the problem was, how did they lock onto each other? Moreover, how did they know that he had eaten the sweet dates? Qin Yu couldn't figure it out. But he soon decided not to think about it any further. It was good to watch a good show, but if the cause of the show was likely to be him, then he should hurry and leave. What nonsense! If he stayed here and was discovered, then what would happen? Haha, what do you think would happen? Let's hurry and leave. Qin Yu did not hesitate to turn and leave. He passed through another exit of the hall, distancing himself from these old monsters that were already in a killing frenzy and couldn't wait to skin their opponents alive. But what was an inherited technique? Just this degree of intense killing seemed to be quite amazing. And it was obvious that these old monsters had some understanding of this place. No, they had a very good understanding. Perhaps their relationship with World Zero Land was not that simple. Qin Yu flew out of the hall and looked back at the battle. He couldn't help but feel a bit of awe towards the might of a ruler. At such a short distance, the battle between the 5 old true saints did not emit any aura at all. Luckily he reacted quickly and forcefully stopped himself from pushing open the door. Otherwise, just thinking about the consequences made him feel sour. He quickly asked the fire spirit and confirmed the location of the indestructible flame. With a schwa, Qin Yu flew out. Not in a straight line. In any case, passing through the hall was not a problem for him. He would rather take a detour to ensure his safety. Opening the box and finding the sweet dates was indeed exciting. But after the sweet dates were gone, it was very boring. Just like what Qin Yu was doing right now, passing through hall after hall without discovering anything. To say that it was as boring as firewood was appropriate. Qin Yu suddenly frowned. He flicked his finger and stood in place. His eyes swept around and a look of surprise appeared on his face. This place was a bit familiar, but he couldn't be sure because he had passed through too many halls. Although they were not the same, the more he looked, the more he felt that they all looked the same. After thinking about it, Qin Yu took a step and his figure instantly flew out. A moment later, in another hall, Qin Yu stopped. His face was gloomy. His eyes swept around little by little to make sure that he didn't miss any corner. It was exactly the same as in his memory. Unless the person who built this ruler's residence had a strange hobby of building 2 identical palaces, otherwise it was a fact. He had just been to this palace not long ago. He turned around and left the hall. Standing at the entrance, his eyes swept around. Qin Yu took a deep breath and let it out after a few breaths. That's right, he was walking in circles. Fire spirit, what is going on? She had always been the one pointing the way. If there was a problem, of course she had to take the blame. The fire spirit was already frightened by Qin Yu. Her voice was filled with awe and grievance. I don't know. I just sensed that it was in this direction. The chances of her lying weren't high and there was no meaning to it. Qin Yu's frown deepened. Could it be that the 5 sweet dates he ate had used up all of his good luck? So now he had encountered a problem. The inextinguishable flame was here and the fire spirit could sense it, but it could only lead him in circles. This was simply ridiculous. Cough! The stone pagoda said, Master, would you like to try sprinkling some more blood? Qin Yu, like hell I'll believe you. You bastard, do you think I won't slap you across the face and send you flying away? But after his anger passed, He couldn't help but admit that he was a little tempted. If he succeeded, it was just a bit of blood, it wasn't a big deal. As if sensing Qin Yu's hesitation, the stone pagoda solemnly said, "Master, there is no need to feel any psychological burden. We cultivators have a strong mind, and everything we do is for the sake of the great Tao. Haven't you heard of those who killed their wives to prove their Tao and ate their children to become demons? Letting out blood is a very normal matter." Qin Yu's lips twitched. He waved his hand, interrupting the stone pagoda. "Shut up." The stone pagoda obediently listened. There was a strange silence in the air. Qin Yu lightly coughed and lifted a hand. The graceful figure drawn out by the flames seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer, directly shattering and dissipating. Such a clean and direct strike. The stone pagoda tried to restrain its aura and reduce its presence to the minimum. It didn't want to suffer such a strike. However, if you make such an obvious move, it would be better if you didn't do anything at all. That would seem more natural. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He took a deep breath and calmly walked into the hall. He reached out a hand and slashed it across his other hand. Since he had decided to do it, he should hurry up and do it. What was he hesitating for? Then, the air became even quieter. There was only the dripping sound of blood falling to the ground. This sound was especially clear now, causing Qin Yu's complexion to become increasingly ugly. The ground was dark red, and there was already a large pool of it. It wasn't like it was used to wash clothes or build a swimming pool, so it was clearly impossible. Although he had mentally prepared himself before doing this, it would be a lie to say that his heart wasn't twitching. The aura of the initiator stone pagoda had already completely vanished, but Qin Yu knew that it must be having a hard time suppressing itself. If it had nothing better to do, it would release its own blood to play with. This was simply too high class. Shua flames twisted and the shattered fire spirit revived. It had a belly full of grievances and dissatisfaction. No matter how fierce Qin Yu was, how could he be so unreasonable? "I didn't do anything at all, yet you were so simple and crude as to directly shatter me. I'm annoyed, I don't want to play anymore. You have to give me an explanation for this, otherwise it won't end here." Then, without waiting for the raging fire spirit to speak, Qin Yu flicked a finger once more. The fire spirit shattered again. Puff! The stone pagoda that had just barely managed to suppress himself completely broke apart. First, he spat out a mouthful of air, and then burst out laughing. "Ha ha! Master, listen to my explanation. Ha ha! I didn't mean to laugh. Ha ha ha! Do you really believe me? Believe your grandma's leg?" Qin Yu's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "Come out." "No! Come out. I won't even die." Chapter 1398. After this dry and boring conversation, the awkward atmosphere in the air finally dissipated a little. Qin Yu half squatted on the ground. His finger touched the ground like a dry sponge, sucking up all the blood at a visible speed. This, after releasing his own blood to play with, he could turn around and take it back. This was definitely something even more high-end. The stone tower felt as if it would faint at any moment. But this time I had to endure it, otherwise Qin Yu would really fly into a rage out of shame. But the two of them were in a state where they could be sensed to begin with. There was no way the stone tower's reaction could escape Qin Yu's notice. His lips twitched. He coldly snorted and flicked his sleeves, walking away. The bloodletting plan had failed. The fire spirit was extremely resilient. After being shattered twice, it desperately rushed out again. "I've had enough." The third shatter. Perhaps because he had vented a bit of his anger, Qin Yu's complexion relaxed a little. He said in a low voice, "All right, let's get down to business. What do you think now?" The stone tower was silent for a moment. It cleared its throat and slowly said, "Master, do you still have an impression of the ruler's great supernatural ability that I mentioned before?" This deliberate calm and solemn attitude, damn, how infuriating! "Stone tower, just you wait. There will definitely be a chance. I'll give you the account book first and we'll slowly settle it in the future. Qin Yu took a deep breath and said, "Continue." The stone tower said, "There is no absolute boundary between reality and illusion. Compared to the outside world, where you and I are right now is reality. But the reality of this place might only be relative. There might be a deeper layer of concealment." A sharp light exploded in Qin Yu's eyes. "You are saying that there might be a deeper state of the volcano here?" The stone tower said, "That's right. This can also explain why, according to the senses of the fire spirit, Master has been walking in circles." It paused for a moment and continued to say, "Perhaps the true volcano is here. Master and I are currently inside, but there is a barrier separating us that prevents us from truly touching it." Although this bastard stone tower was a bit hateful, one had to admit that its analysis was reasonable. Reality and illusion, such a deep and unfathomable thing, was in line with the status and style of a ruler. If all his guesses were true, how could he enter a deeper level of reality? Before this, he had killed a fire phoenix and used that as a turning point to come here. The fire crystal core within its body was the key. In other words, if there was no accident, then he would need a new key. The stone tower said, "Master, don't look at me. I didn't discover anything either. Moreover, this is just a guess. It could be right or wrong." With just a few words, he had cleanly stripped himself of all blame and didn't give Qin Yu a chance to act up. This fellow was simply too sneaky. Qin Yu sneered. He thought that only children needed reasons. In the world of adults, they only needed to be thick-skinned and black-hearted. If I really wanted to deal with you, I had 100 ways to do so. But at this time, he really wasn't in the mood to mess around. The most important thing right now was to obtain the key to a deeper level of truth. Putting aside what the stone tower had said about the possibility of being right or wrong, even if that was the case, he had no clue at all. From the moment he entered this palace until now, Qin Yu hadn't seen even the slightest clue of a key. Thinking about it carefully, he still hadn't found anything. What a headache, what a headache! As Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows and didn't know where to start, his eyebrows suddenly jumped up. He turned around and looked behind him. Almost at the same time he turned around, a hall not too far away was pushed open from the inside. A wild and violent aura surged outwards like raging waves. It was this group of old monsters again. They had lived for countless years and their arms and legs were old and frail, but they were still full of vigor. Even now, they were still alive and kicking. That's right, this group of uninvited guests was the Su family brothers, the two true saints, and Feng Yun and Yu that Qin Yu had deliberately avoided. Although they were in the middle of a fierce battle, these old monsters still had their sharp senses. They discovered Qin Yu almost at the same time. The complexions of the several people immediately changed. "Virtuous 9 lives. You're also here." Qin Yu cursed inwardly. As he saw the bewilderment in the eyes of these old monsters, he knew what they were thinking. Although what they were thinking was the truth, this didn't mean that Qin Yu had to admit it. Nonsense, of course he couldn't admit it. Otherwise, Qin Yu didn't think he could defeat the 5 old monsters if they joined forces. His thoughts raced and a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Without hesitation, Qin Yu blurted out, "Sages, help me. The Seamless Sage is actually a powerhouse of the Ghost Tao. Yao Tao and I were tricked by him and almost died." As expected, the complexions of the 5 old monsters changed. As ancient cultivators that had lived for a long time, they had a deeper understanding of the terror of the Ghost Tao. If it was just empty words, they naturally wouldn't believe Qin Yu's words. However, everyone had their eyes on the world Zerothland and had cooperated with each other for many years. Naturally, they had some discoveries long ago. It was just that they couldn't verify it. And now, as the identity of the Ghost Tao powerhouse was exposed, everything could be explained. All the strange things that the Seamless Sage had shown over the years could also be explained. Su Yen frowned and said in a low voice, "The seamless sage is also here?" Qin Yu hurriedly nodded. "That's right, and it isn't just him. The seamless sage has joined forces with a highness of the Western Wastelands. He seems to be plotting something else." Everyone's complexions changed once more. Their first reaction was that this was impossible. Everyone had joined forces to trick the Western Wastelands and that clan, plucking their peaches. How could the seamless sage possibly join forces with a highness of the Western Wastelands? But such a clumsy lie could be easily seen through by a normal person. 9 virtuous sages wasn't stupid to such a degree. He clearly knew it was stupid, yet he still took the initiative to say it. Could there really be such a thing? Thinking about it, the seamless sage was actually a powerhouse of the Ghost Dao. For these past years, they had simply been working together with the devil. It was already a great fortune for them to be able to live peacefully to this day. If such a horrifying event had occurred, then it wasn't impossible that the seamless sage was colluding with the Western Wastelands. After all, Ghost Dao cultivators were a bunch of lunatics. This was something that they had experienced in their lives, and they had many deep and terrifying memories of it. Things had suddenly become even more dangerous. The seamless sage was powerful to begin with. If he recklessly displayed the methods of a Ghost Dao cultivator, it would be even more difficult to resist. If they encountered him, there would be great trouble. They couldn't delay any longer. They had to end this battle quickly and send these people away as soon as possible. Su Yen took a deep breath. He suddenly said, "Your Excellency, 9 virtuous sages, us brothers have a treasure in our hands. If you agree to join forces with us to force back Feng Yunyu and the others, we brothers vow to share it with you." Across from them, the complexions of Feng Yunyu and the others changed. Their pupils shrank, revealing shock and anger. It was clear they never thought there would be such a sudden change. Qin Yu was a bit confused. Weren't the 3 of them competing for the supernatural ability inheritance? How did this suddenly involve some sort of treasure? He couldn't figure it out, but his acting skills were superb. He frowned, revealing a hesitant expression. "What is true sage Su Yen referring to?" Su Yen flipped his hand and took out a crystal card. This object was crimson red and translucent. Countless rays of light constantly flowed within. It was obvious that this was no ordinary object. "This is a key that can lead to this mysterious land. There is a great lucky chance within, enough for the 3 of us to enter together." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Of course, it wasn't because of Su Yan's words. In fact, he didn't believe a single word that this old fellow said. For instance, the 3 of them entering together was simply incomprehensible. But there was one thing he wasn't lying about. This was indeed a key. It was the one that gave Qin Yu a headache just now, and he didn't know where to start. This was already confirmed by the fire spirit. After being shattered 3 times by 3 fingers, the fire spirit's anger soared to the heavens. But facing Qin Yu's question, she didn't dare to hesitate at all. And what made her feel even more despair was that the fire spirit discovered that at this moment, as she endured Qin Yu's brutal attitude, she actually felt a little bit of excitement in her heart. That's right, a little bit, alright, at most 2 points. It couldn't be any more. Am I crazy? Or is there something wrong with my mind? As the fire spirit was panicking and excited, Qin Yu nodded. Alright, I agree. The complexions of Feng Yunyu and the other 2 true sages changed. Even if they joined forces, they could only fight to a draw with the Su brothers. If 9 virtuous joined in, the balance would be broken. At that time, their only choice would be to flee, and they would completely lose any chance to compete. Cloud Saint took a deep breath. He loudly said, "Your Excellency 9 virtuous, do not forget that Su Yen has long harbored ill intentions towards you. Joining forces with you is only a stopgap measure. If you agree, you will surely be harmed by him afterwards." Qin Yu thought to himself, "Do you even need to say this?" But as his thoughts stirred, he felt that this was something he could use. Thus, on the surface, Qin Yu frowned and revealed a look of hesitation. His eyes fell on the Sioux brothers, as if saying that he was indeed worried. Rain Saint hurriedly said, "I ask that Your Excellency 9 virtuous join forces with the 3 of us. After we defeat the Sioux brothers, we vow to share the treasure with Your Excellency." Su Yan's face twitched. He sneered, "Just trying to sow dissension, how laughable!" He lifted his hand and tossed out the crystal card. "This treasure will be temporarily placed in Your Excellency 9 virtuous hands to express our sincerity." Qin Yu was a bit stunned. He couldn't believe that something like this could be done. Just as he was thinking about how he should kill the Sioux brothers, the key was actually given to him? Such a noble and unquestionable character, such an act of helping others, was truly touching. Using the word good to describe the Sioux brothers was no longer enough. They had to be good people. His thoughts raced, but his hands didn't slow down at all. Qin Yu reached out and grasped forwards. With a loud pop, the key was grasped in his hand. It was true. Happiness had come so suddenly that it left one dizzy. Su Yan said, "Your Excellency 9 virtuous, can you rest assured now?" Qin Yu quickly nodded. Whatever Su Yan said, he didn't have any objections. Across from him, the 3 true saints paled. They thought that Boss Su was truly ruthless. He could even use such a method. Even if they didn't need to think to know that he had done something in secret and wouldn't hand over the key to Qin Yu. Otherwise, he would be an idiot amongst idiots. But in this situation, it was clearly impossible to persuade Qin Yu to cooperate with them. Attack! With a loud roar, the 3 true saints attacked. In the blink of an eye, 3 consecutive strikes came crashing down like a raging storm. It was impossible to give up, not in this lifetime. Chapter 1399. The fire spirit obviously had more say in the inspection of the crystal plate. After all, everyone had their own specialties. It has indeed been tampered with. It should be some kind of spatial attribute enhancement. I can't see the specifics. However, this wasn't a problem. As long as he determined the general direction, he could leave the rest to the stone tower. As an almost omnipotent being, this was child's play for him. As it turned out, Sure Ta did have the capital to brag. After a quick inspection, he said, "It's a little troublesome. However, they are unlucky to have met me." Qin Yu asked, "How long?" Sure Ta thought for a moment. 15 minutes. It was better to be safe. Otherwise, if he failed to show off, he would be slapped in the face instead. The exchange was carried out in the midst of slaughter. The Sioux family brothers were truly fierce to the extreme, and their mastery of the Tao of space was superb. Qin Yu could be considered to have crossed the threshold, but in truth, when it came to his attainments in the Tao of space, he was far from being able to compare with others. Of course, if this wasn't the case, Su Yan wouldn't have been so generous as to directly hand over the crystal token to Qin Yu. This was pride and self-confidence. A true man should be like this. If he invited more of these friends over, he wouldn't mind having more. Rumble, explosions rang out incessantly in the void, and violent energy swept out in all directions like giant waves. Qin Yu's opponent was Cloud Saint. That old fellow clearly hated him to the extreme, and his attacks were ruthless to the extreme. It was as if he was risking his life with every move. Therefore, even though the Wind, Cloud, and Rain Saints were at a disadvantage in a 3 versus 3 situation, they relied on such a ruthless and desperate method to hold on to the battle, preventing a crushing defeat from occurring. Of course, Qin Yu had to admit that he had played a part in this. Acting could be used in all aspects, not just when it came to deceiving others. Have you ever heard of a fake fight? Putting in a little less effort to fight evenly with the enemy, ensuring that the battle would be perfect for the spectators while also secretly controlling the balance of the battle. To be honest, this required some real strength, especially when facing a bunch of old geezers. Qin Yu could feel the Sioux family brothers' eyes sweeping over him. They had already begun to reveal suspicion, as if they had sensed something. But so what? It's impossible for me to join hands with you and defeat the 3 true sages quickly. There wasn't even a window or a hole in the ground, let alone a door. A quarter of an hour wasn't a long time, but more than half of it had already passed. As long as he dragged it out a little longer, he would be able to achieve his goal of unlocking. At that time, Qin Yu could leave at any time and they could do whatever they wanted. The 6 true sages fought with all their might and the momentum was earth-shattering. Even though they had the upper hand, they were unable to end the fight. Su Yan furrowed his eyebrows, a trace of unease in his eyes. He glanced at Qin Yu from the corner of his eyes. He didn't have any concrete evidence, but his intuition told him that there was likely something wrong with Xian Jiusheng. He was stalling for time? As soon as this thought came to his mind, his heart skipped a beat, and he quickly sensed the space brand on the crystal plate. It was completely intact. That's right, this brand was personally made by him. Even if it was slightly touched, he would instantly sense it. With a thought, the crystal plate would appear directly in his hand. If it weren't for this, how could he have so easily handed over the crystal token to Qin Yu? Did he really think that his brain was broken? As his thoughts raced, Su Yan took a deep breath and loudly said, "Your Excellency Xian Jiusheng, the Seamless Saint may arrive at any time. We cannot delay any longer." Su Yan believed that Qin Yu was being hunted down. If that wasn't the case, how could he have known that the Seamless Saint was a powerhouse of the Ghost Path? Using the Seamless Saint to pressure Qin Yu would definitely be effective. Moreover, what he said was the truth. Since they had encountered each other, there was a chance that they would encounter the Seamless Saint. As expected, Qin Yu's complexion changed and fear appeared in his eyes. As he glanced at Cloud Saint, his attacking style suddenly changed. It was true that he and Yunxing were locked in battle earlier, but at most it was a pretty good battle to watch. However, the feeling it gave off now was that the style of the battle had suddenly changed, and there was a hint of ruthlessness and brutality to it. Su Yan's lips twitched. He thought that Qin Yu was quite thick-skinned. He wasn't worried at all about being seen through and deliberately going easy on Cloud Saint. Moreover, this fellow Xian Jiusheng had really been scared out of his wits by the Seamless Saint. He had been frightened by a single sentence. Good for nothing. What meaning was there in living for such a useless person? Humph humph. Once he dealt with Feng Yunyu and the others, he would turn around and finish him off. Facing the sudden eruption of Qin Yu, Cloud Saint felt the pressure increase. He had already given it his all, but he still felt as if he couldn't withstand it. Bastard! If this continued, the 3 of them wouldn't be able to withstand it. The Su family's 2 saints, the Seamless Saint will arrive at any moment. We cannot delay any longer. Qin Yu shouted out loud. I have a secret art that can temporarily delay Cloud Saint and break the 3's joint attack. I ask that the 2 of you grasp this chance and finish this quickly. Su Yan's eyes brightened. He laughed. Good. Then let's wait for Sir Xian Jiusheng to attack and defeat them in a single move. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed forward. Cloud Saint looked as if he was facing a great enemy, but after a breath of time he discovered that nothing had happened. On the other side, Qin Yu, who had been preparing to attack, suddenly coughed, his face pale. Su Yan's smile stiffened. Sir Xian Jiusheng? Qin Yu took a deep breath. He bitterly smiled. I was injured by the Seamless Saint before, so I need some time to prepare before I can smoothly use this secret art. He looked at the Su family brothers. So, I ask that the 2 true saints temporarily hold on. I only need several breaths of time to complete it. Mud didn't climb onto the wall. A lazy donkey was full of shit and urine. Su Yan wanted to kill someone, but now wasn't the time to turn hostile. He could only suppress his tumbling anger and squeeze out a smile. No problem. Sir Xian Jiusheng, please hurry up. After all, you and I both know that the Seamless Saint will arrive at any moment. Qin Yu's complexion changed. Don't worry, I will soon complete it. He took a step back, leaving the battlefield. With a thought, his aura suddenly became restless and wild, giving off a suppressive feeling. Su Yan's heart chilled. He thought that this Xian Jiusheng had some method. When he killed him, he would have to be more careful. Across from him, the three true saints roared out, "Stop him!" They absolutely could not allow Xian Jiusheng to use his secret art. Otherwise, once their joint attack was broken, they would be thoroughly defeated today. Rumble rumble, for a time, the intensity of the battle between the two sides rose to another level. Qin Yu's wild and suppressive aura became increasingly strong, as if it would be completed in the next moment. Su Yan stuffily coughed, blood leaking out from the corners of his lips. Across from him, the three old turtles were truly going all out. But if they wanted to break through the blockade of the two brothers, that was simply a dream. All of this would soon end. Finally, the wild and manic aura behind him reached its peak. He was going to attack. Xian Jiusheng was going to attack. The three true saints simultaneously emitted angry and unwilling roars. Then, in the next moment, pa! There was a light sound. It was like a balloon being inflated again and again, finally reaching the limit of what it could withstand. Thus it shattered. Qin Yu was like a broken balloon. After the light sound, his entire body dissipated. In the air, all movement came to a sudden stop. Chapter 1400. The shield guard was the fourth sweet jujube that Qin Yu had eaten. It was a great defensive supernatural ability, but it wasn't the same as a traditional defense. For example, it could extract the power within a cultivator's body, create a shield that was almost identical to the main body, and unknowingly help the main body escape danger. To be more specific, it was quite complicated. Qin Yu had only casually practiced it and couldn't even be considered a rough understanding of it. His comprehension wasn't too deep, so he wouldn't explain it here. But the facts proved that the effects were quite good. Thus, in front of these 5 old monsters, Qin Yu had been able to sneak away with the crystal token without anyone noticing. That was how the scene before them had appeared. Su Yan gnashed his teeth and swore that if he ever saw Xian Jiusheng again, he would tear him into 1,000 pieces. Only then would he be able to dispel the hatred in his heart. However, it was obvious that this was a matter for the future. The most important thing right now was to retrieve the crystal plate. With a thought, he immediately established a connection with the spatial imprint. It was still intact and could be activated at any time. Humph, do you really think I'm an idiot? Since I dared to give you the crystal plate, I'm sure I can take it back at any time. As soon as the spatial mark was activated, the space in front of him began to tremble. Su Yan extended his hand into it, and his expression changed. Schwa, he abruptly withdrew his hand, and when he saw what was in his palm, he immediately let out a heavy groan. His chest violently rumbled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Brick. Its length and width were distinct, and its entire body was ancient green. Its surface was covered in mottled traces, clearly having experienced the vicissitudes of time. Right now there was a smiling face drawn on one side, and its wide-open mouth seemed to be expressing silent mockery. Ah! Su Yan roared in anger. His 5 fingers exerted force, and the ancient blue brick instantly shattered. But the moment it shattered, a low and muffled ping sound rang out. It was as if he had suffered a heavy punch, and Su Yan's entire body was sent flying. Sage Jiusheng, you and I are irreconcilable enemies. Resentful and angry howls reverberated in the air. Now that he had the key in his hands, only a ghost would be in the mood to continue messing around with them. Thus, when he left, Qin Yu was very straightforward. As for Su Yan's resentment, it was to be expected. There was no need to think about it. Besides, what was the use of resenting it? Even if I were 10 or 100 times stronger, I would still be alive and kicking. Worried about revenge in the future? TSK, there is no such thing as reaping without sowing in this world. There is a balance between gains and losses. Since they were going to get the key, they shouldn't think too much about it. They could talk about the future in the future. He looked down at the crystal card in his hand and carefully studied it. Finally, he discovered that he really couldn't find a way to activate it. Fire spirit. Tongues of flame twisted around her, outlining her graceful figure. But now, she had learned her lesson and didn't bother swaying in front of Chinyu. Instead, she dived straight to the point. Master, please give me the key. Oh, listen, even the way you address me has changed. Chinyu was very satisfied with her performance. It seemed that after a round of beating, the fire spirit had finally found his position. That's good news. After getting the key, the fire spirit turned into a ball of flames that enveloped it. After a long wait, it finally responded. Master, it is indeed a key, but activating it is a little troublesome. I need to make some additional preparations. Chinyu nodded. No problem. If there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. Fire spirit. Why was it that when his attitude had changed, I felt uncomfortable and even a little disappointed? I'm afraid I'm really sick. And Master, it's like this. I need a quiet place and some time. The process might be a little long. Also, during the activation of the key, there might be an accident. Wait. Chinyu frowned, dissatisfaction in his eyes. Accident? Thanks to Sage Su Yen, I was able to smoothly get this crystal card. If I break it, what are the chances of me getting it again? So there must be no accidents. Fire spirit, listen to me clearly. If there is a problem with the key, you will be in big trouble. This rude and cold tone, this threatening and oppressive attitude. Her entire body felt comfortable. The fire spirit bit her lips and tried her best to act normal. Yes, Master. I will do my best to ensure that there are no problems. The stone tower. Who could tell it what was going on? Did this last fire spirit have some sort of bad fetish or something? Although the answer just now sounded normal, the stone tower dared to bet with its handsome face that this last seemed wronged but was actually enjoying it. Heavens! A normal person had been bullied by Chinyu to the point that her mind was twisted. Terrifying, this was too terrifying. Chinyu's lips twitched. He also vaguely felt that the fire spirit was a little strange. Now that he felt the fluctuations of thoughts from the stone tower, he wondered if it was true. Was this the legendary little submissive? He had goosebumps. Endure it. It wasn't a big deal anyway. Who cared what she thought? As long as she was obedient and useful. He shook his head and suppressed his thoughts. Chinyu's figure moved and he flew out. Half a day later, within a grand hall, Chinyu looked at the fire spirit that was busily flying around. He finally understood why the Su brothers hadn't activated the key after obtaining it, and instead had been entangled by the wind, cloud, and rain saints. Too troublesome. In the current situation, the Su brothers and the wind, cloud, and rain saints must be frantically looking for him. So much time had passed. Although the range of the palaces was quite large, no one could be sure that they would not find him. Perhaps in the next moment, this tightly shut palace door would be kicked away from the outside. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried. But looking at how busy the fire spirit was, she didn't seem to stop at all. It was clear that this was her fastest speed. If he urged her, it might have the opposite effect. Taking a deep breath, Chinyu bitterly smiled. Without any good ideas, he could only brace himself and continue to wait. He could only hope that his luck would be a little better this time and that the 5 ancient true saints wouldn't catch up to him. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten to a pulp. Time passed in silence. Soon, half a day passed. Chinyu frowned and paced back and forth, restlessness growing in his heart. This didn't make any sense, but Chinyu's intuition told him that if he didn't activate it soon, there would be a problem. Fire spirit. Taking a deep breath, Chinyu shouted out loud. Master, please wait a moment. It will be done soon. The crystal tablet was placed on the ground. Countless fine lines were engraved around it, all of them crimson red and flowing with light. It was clear that the fire spirit had sensed Chinyu's dissatisfaction, so she moved even faster. Finally, with a loud hum, all of the lines surged with light, becoming incomparably bright. They gathered from all directions and instantly poured into the crystal tablet. Success! The fire spirit cried out in excitement. With a light cracking sound, the crystal tablet shattered and disappeared. An illusory door appeared and a pulling strength erupted from within, covering Qin Yu. Master, don't resist. After waiting for so long, who would be stupid enough to resist and speak such useless nonsense? Qin Yu ridiculed inwardly, but he kept a bright smile on his face. This was because without accident, he would soon find the main body of the undying flame. The furnace was already gathering its potential and was prepared to eat a great meal. Once it finished swallowing, it could help Qin Yu forge his great Tao. At that time, his cultivation would inevitably rise again. Humph, at that time, Qin Yu wouldn't need to fear anyone. What Su brothers, one sect, two saints? He would just hammer them into the ground and grind them to pieces. Naturally, all hidden dangers would disappear with the wind and there would be no more troubles. His body was pulled towards the illusory door that appeared after the crystal tablet shattered. Just as he was about to enter, he heard some movement in his ears. Qin Yu turned around and blinked. He thought to himself that his premonition was indeed accurate. Then, he felt a wave of sorrow. To be more accurate, he felt sorrow for them. In this world, was there anything more pitiful than finding their enemy after so many trials and tribulations, only to watch helplessly as he escaped and entered the hidden treasure trove? And most importantly, the key to opening the hidden treasure trove had been offered up by them on their own initiative. This taste, this sour feeling, just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. Then, one's chest shook and blood gushed out. It was like the mouth of a spring that couldn't be suppressed. Reality proved that not only was Qin Yu's intuition accurate, but his ability to guess what would happen next was also top class. At this time, Su Yan really was spitting out blood, the mouth of a spring. He stubbornly stared at the illusory door that distorted and vanished. His eyes were filled with regret, despair, pain, resentment, all of these emotions wove together, nearly condensing into essence and flowing out along with his tears. Tragic. It was simply tragic beyond compare. Ah! Su Yan erupted. Like a madman, he crazily released all of his strength. Su Yan frowned, not saying a word. There was no dissatisfaction in her eyes, only pain and anger that accompanied her older brother. Xian Jiuxing had to die. But not everyone could empathize with the two brothers. For instance, the wind and rain true saints had dark and gloomy expressions. If the anger in their eyes could manifest into essence, they would have burned Su Yan to ashes in the blink of an eye. True Saint Su Yan is amazing. Truly amazing. I am filled with admiration. Feng Xing gritted his teeth so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Shut up! Su Yan roared. We were the ones who found the crystal card. If it weren't for you chasing us relentlessly, how could things have reached this step? He stepped forwards, his eyes cold to the bone. For this, you will have to take full responsibility. Rain Saint coldly sneered. What a joke. You gave the key to others on your own initiative, so how can you blame us? The so-called idiots who failed in their schemes are probably referring to you two brothers. Flustered and exasperated, it wasn't just the Su brothers, but the wind and rain saints were also the same. One step, they were just a single step away. If they had been just a little bit faster, perhaps the outcome would have been completely different. We were heading in this direction just now, but it was all because of those two idiots, the Su brothers. They just had to make a turn and delay us. You are courting death. Su Yan roared. He lifted a hand and pressed forwards. He was stopped. Su Yan looked up, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes. His voice was hoarse and grating like a broken gong. Wind and rain saints, it is too late to say anything now. Unless you want to force me to go crazy and fight with you, otherwise shut up. The air fell silent. Rain Saint wanted to say something but was pulled back by Cloud Saint. Cloud Saint shook his head at him, indicating that he shouldn't continue to provoke the Sioux brothers. In truth, everyone understood this logic. Since things had reached this point, there was no point in saying anything more. It was just that there was still some unwillingness in their hearts. Su Yen took a deep breath. He closed his eyes and then opened them. His eyes were even more blood-red. Wait, we will wait here. Xian Jiuxing will come out, he will definitely come out. Chapter 1401. Of course, the effect of an intact key and a damaged key that was repaired would be different. The simplest and most direct example was this transmission. Qin Yu felt extremely comfortable. It was like his entire person was wrapped in a gentle stream of water. There wasn't even the slightest bit of turbulence as he arrived at his destination. The moment he left the transmission array, a searing heat rushed towards him. The dancing flames were like red silk handkerchiefs, extremely alluring. The furnace nearly went crazy. Mine, this is all mine. Qin Yu smiled, a gratified look in his eyes. After tossing and turning, he had finally obtained the result he wanted. His original goal of entering the World Zero Land had been achieved. The eternal flame was right in front of him and the furnace was already going crazy. Did he still need to wait? The truth was yes. As the furnace rushed out and was about to gorge itself, the fire spirit suddenly said, "Master, wait a moment." At the same time, the stone pagoda also screamed out, "Shut up, hurry up and shut up." Qin Yu could feel the anxiousness of the fire spirit and stone pagoda. He cursed them for not saying anything earlier and instead creating a tense atmosphere. But he didn't delay in the slightest. He flew out and grabbed onto the furnace. Wait, I can't eat it yet. Hum, hum, the furnace violently trembled and hummed. If it could speak, it would be loudly roaring, "Don't stop me, hurry up and get out of my way." Just think about it, after all this torment and seduction, I've finally seen the master and it's already on my plate, but I can't even eat it. Do you really think this furnace doesn't have angry flames? Master, you must stop it. The eternal flame cannot be eaten right now. The stone pagoda anxiously projected itself onto the furnace. Whoosh, the fire spirit flew out and fused into the furnace. By controlling the eternal flame of night, it was able to influence the furnace. Finally, with the combined efforts of the three parties, it was barely able to suppress the furnace, causing its consciousness to fall into a temporary unconscious state. Qin Yu's complexion paled. "Speak, what is going on?" The stone pagoda quickly explained, "Master, there is something in the eternal flame. As for what it is, I can't be sure, but the two seem to be in a mutually restricting state. Once the furnace swallows the eternal flame, the thing inside will erupt." It gulped, looking very nervous. "Although I don't know what it is, it's very dangerous. Very, very dangerous." Qin Yu looked at the fire spirit, his eyes sharp and oppressive. The fire spirit subconsciously shrank back and said, "My feeling is similar to this. The ever-burning flame is like an outer shell. If it is broken, something terrifying will be released." With both of them saying this, the chances of him making a mistake were much lower. Qin Yu rubbed his temples, bitterly smiling inwardly. Although there was an old saying that the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks, wasn't this a little too much setback? After going through so much trouble, he finally found the right person, but the result was right in front of him, but he didn't dare to take it. Just thinking about it made him feel sullen and depressed. But in the end, he had overcome great storms and waves, so this wasn't too hard to accept. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Let's go in and take a look at the situation first." The fire spirit flew over, and the figure outlined by the flames immediately dispersed, turning into a layer of flame clothes that covered the surface of his body. Qin Yu stepped into the flames. Scorching, scorching. Waves of heat surged endlessly, entering his body through his mouth and nose, immediately bringing with it a burning pain. And this was with the help of the fire spirit, which was able to offset most of the heat. This was the true form of the ever-burning flame, and it was truly formidable. He continued forwards. After a moment, Qin Yu stopped. His complexion changed, revealing a strange expression. A palace. In truth, Qin Yu never imagined that he would see such a scene in the ever-burning flame's main body. This palace wasn't large, but the materials it was built from were extremely special. As it was burned by the ever-burning flame, every inch of it shined with brilliance. As his eyes fell on it, he could feel an invisible suppressive aura. Majestic and boundless. This was the will of a ruler. Qin Yu's complexion darkened. He had walked through nearly every corner of this palace complex, but he hadn't been able to find any traces of the ruler's residence. And if these palaces were able to withstand the flames without being damaged, then that was undoubtedly because they had absorbed the aura of a ruler. If there was an aura but he couldn't find it, then there was only one explanation. The true residence of the ruler wasn't there. Or, it could be said that when the mountain drilled out from the earth, the residence of the ruler had been moved away. Where was it? Looking at this palace in front of him that wasn't too large, but it gave off a strong sense of oppression, Qin Yu felt that he already had an answer. This was the residence of the true ruler. Thump, thump, his heart raced. It would be a lie to say that Qin Yu's heart wasn't disturbed at all. 5 sweet dates were delicious, but how could they compare with the great Tao of a ruler? If there wasn't an accident, then what the western wilderness and that race were searching for should be in this hall. The stone pagoda said, "Master, you must be careful. The terrifying aura I sensed came from this hall." Qin Yu nodded without expression. Everything in this world was fair. If you wanted to obtain some harvests, you had to take corresponding risk. Moreover, he had already come here. Since he saw this hall, there was no reason not to enter. Taking a step back, even if Qin Yu was cautious and didn't want to take risks, what about the ever-burning flame? With this hall here, if he wanted to go in and find out what was wrong with it first. Continuing forwards, Qin Yu took every step with caution. The good news was that everything went smoothly without any problems. He stopped in front of the hall and stood still. The door was right in front of him, and he could reach it with his hand. But, to smoothly reach out wasn't simple at all. When he looked at the hall, he could feel an invisible suppression. As he closed in, this feeling of suppression became increasingly intense. At this time, beads of sweat covered Qin Yu's forehead. His complexion was pale, and there was a trace of fear in his eyes. Qin Yu took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. He reached out a hand and touched the door. A cold chill passed through his knuckles. After a brief pause, he exerted strength and the door quietly opened. The moment the door was pushed open, the terrifying suppressive aura vanished, as if it had never appeared. Qin Yu suddenly realized something. That suppressive aura just now must have been a test. If he couldn't withstand it and retreated, then he would no longer have the qualifications to enter this hall. At the same time, the burning heat that filled the air also dissipated. All of this seemed to confirm Qin Yu's guess. In other words, did he pass? Although the pressure just now was a bit terrifying, when he thought about how this was likely the residence of a ruler, he felt it was a bit rushed and sloppy. No need to think about it. He would go in first. He stepped into the hall and the door closed behind him. Before Qin Yu could see what was going on inside the hall, a voice suddenly sounded out. "You came." Qin Yu's complexion changed. He subconsciously looked around and his thoughts raced. He coughed and said, "Yes, I came. You shouldn't have come." "Qin Yu, did you take the wrong script? I'm already here and you still say that?" Before he could think of a response, the voice said, "Did you think that when the door opened and the pressure dispersed, it was a test?" Qin Yu's eyes widened. Although he didn't say anything, his meaning was clear. Was it wrong? "No, of course it's wrong. I was reminding you that you are not welcome here and that you should hurry up and go do what you need to do. But you don't have the slightest bit of eyesight and you just had to force your way in." The voice sounded annoyed, clearly a bit frantic. "Test? I'm testing you, my ass. If I hadn't restrained all my aura the moment I opened the hall, you would already be dregs. Do you understand? Qin Yu swallowed. Although he hadn't seen the person speaking, he inexplicably believed it. The voice wasn't lying. In other words, he had just taken a trip to the gates of hell in a daze. Hiss! The hairs on Qin Yu's back stood up. His entire body was numb. Seeing that he didn't speak, the voice suddenly raised a few octaves. You don't believe me? Fine, go out and try again. I will let you see what it means to be crushed into dregs. Qin Yu's mouth twitched and he hurriedly cupped his hands. This junior has no intention of not believing you. It's just that I was momentarily shocked and speechless. Thank you for your magnanimity, senior. May I ask for senior's name? This junior is also grateful. Grateful? The voice became even more annoyed. I'm afraid I'll be angered to death by you sooner or later. I really don't understand, why did that woman choose you for no reason? When did she become blind? I actually didn't know. Within the hall, there was a surge of energy. Suddenly, a figure appeared out of thin air. She wore a long dress and her figure was exquisite. It was unexpectedly a rare beauty. It was just that her face seemed to be covered in a thin layer of mist, making it difficult to see her true appearance. This made her seem even more mysterious. Those eyes fell on Qin Yu's face, filled with intense anger and dissatisfaction. She looked familiar, very familiar. Those eyes, that figure. Qin Yu's eyes widened. He finally realized where this sense of familiarity came from. In the shadow of the sun and moon, it was the projection of that woman. It was her, it was actually her. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart shook. A thought that drilled into his mind not too long ago rushed into his mind once more. The ruler of this world hadn't truly perished in the past, but had used some method to fake his death to escape. In other words, the ruler was a woman. Moreover, this woman had inexplicably become related to him a long time ago. This could also explain everything that happened before. Why was Qin Yu's blood able to cause the statues and dancers in the hall to submit to him, to the point where they didn't dare to attack him? The reason was because of this woman in front of him. The woman who appeared out of thin air looked at Qin Yu and seemed to see through his thoughts. She frowned, her tone even more dissatisfied. What's going on? Shouldn't she have already sealed away your memories? She was actually able to recognize me. This woman, I think she's not just blind, she's also crazy. Indeed, most of the problems in this world are caused by women. She really is unreliable. These words were the same as confirming Qin Yu's guess. Well, looking at it from this angle, this woman's mind didn't seem too good. Moreover, weren't you a woman? While scolding others, you actually dragged me in as well. The ruler was only at this level? Sure Ta felt that this was quite ordinary. Just as this thought appeared, there was a stuffy cough. Sure Ta felt as if someone had ruthlessly smashed his head with a stick. His ears buzzed and his vision darkened. Then, he didn't know what happened. The woman sneered. Do you think the prestige of a ruler is something you can offend? If it weren't for the fact that we are old friends, I would have already made you kneel. Sure Ta's bitter experience was felt by Qin Yu. His complexion immediately changed. He thought that this woman was terrifying to the extreme. But, the good news was that although this woman was terrifying, looking at the current situation, the degree of danger shouldn't be as high as he imagined. Chapter 1402. The reason was simple. If he really wanted to harm Qin Yu, he could do so with the prestige of a ruler. There was no need to go through so much trouble. Oh, the only thing he didn't understand was that the woman in front of him didn't seem to be the same as the one he had seen. There must be something else going on. However, Qin Yu felt that it was better not to ask too much. Sometimes, knowing too much wasn't a good thing. He adjusted his mood and respectfully bowed. So it was, Senior. I am indebted to you for saving me so many times. I am deeply grateful. The woman sneered. So you ignored the warning and barged in, destroying the plan we've set up for years? This Qin Yu had an awkward expression. He didn't know what to say. In truth, he wasn't convinced. He didn't know it was like this. Also, what layout? I didn't see anything. Perhaps it was the might of a sovereign, or perhaps it was the powerful intuition of a woman, but she continued to laugh coldly. You're not convinced? You think you're not wrong? Do you think that if it wasn't for the mark left by that woman in your body, you would have been able to arrive here safely? She seemed to sense something. Her eyes paused on Qin Yu for a moment and she frowned. You've learned all 5 inheritance supernatural abilities? The topic had changed too quickly, wasn't it? Qin Yu nodded. Yes. He thought to himself, now you should know that the person standing in front of you is actually a genius. 5 inherited divine abilities, the only 5 sweets, and I ate them all. What a great opportunity this is. What do you mean by blind or blind? Choosing me, Qin Yu, is definitely the right choice, although even now, I still don't know just what you are talking about. The corners of the woman's lips curled up as if she had seen something extremely interesting. She slowly said, How many years has it been? I never thought that there would still be someone who could gather 5 inherited spirit abilities in one. What's even more coincidental is that you actually have the qualifications to learn them, and you were even able to learn them. This is probably fate. Qin Yu, this is your own choice, so you better pray for the best. The script was wrong again. Qin Yu's complexion stiffened. Just what did these words mean? No matter how he heard it, it didn't seem right. What the hell was with this mournful tone? Could it be that there were flaws in these 5 inherited magical powers, and that there would be great trouble after cultivating them? The ruler's judgment was definitely correct. Qin Yu took a deep breath and hurriedly said, Is there something wrong with inheriting a supernatural ability? Senior, please guide me. The woman said, You ruined my plan and you still want me to guide you? Dream on. After a pause, she coughed lightly. Of course, the most important thing is that even if I wanted to guide you, I wouldn't be able to. You've already learned it, so it's an established fact. As the saying goes, what's done cannot be undone. Unless you destroy your own cultivation and willingly become an ordinary person, you might still be able to salvage the situation. He looked at Zhang Xian with a malicious gaze. How is it? Why don't you think about it? If you really want to do it but can't do it to yourself, I can help you. Qin Yu quickly shook his head. Only if he was crazy would he cripple his own cultivation. Who cared what it was? That was a problem for the future. He couldn't linger on this topic any longer. He had to get down to business first. He thought for a while and said cautiously, I didn't know anything and accidentally ruined Senior's plan. I'm very uneasy. I wonder if there's anything I can do to remedy it? You've already come in here. How are you going to salvage this? The woman rubbed between her eyebrows, her face full of annoyance and helplessness. I've waited in this damned place for so many years. I was originally prepared to give the Western Wilds and that clan a pleasant surprise, but in the end, you came instead. As the saying goes, man proposes, heaven disposes. There really is some truth to this. Can't the damned heavens just let me win just once? She looked up at a 45-degree angle, her eyes filled with indignation. It seemed that she really wanted to argue with the heavens. Could this woman have been alone for too long, so she had some sort of mental problem? Bang! Qin Yu's head suffered a heavy blow. Even with the intensity of his mortal body, he still felt dizzy and the world around him spun around him. And the most terrifying thing was that he couldn't even see how this woman had attacked. Moreover, why does she know what I'm thinking? Could the ruler know his mind-reading ability? He doesn't understand it, but guessing your thoughts isn't difficult at all. The woman leaned back and a chair appeared out of thin air. She assumed a lazy and comfortable posture. This plan has already been abandoned, so if you want to know, I can tell you. After all, you can barely be considered one of us now. Qin Yu's expression was respectful as he listened. As long as she was willing to explain, he could do whatever she wanted. The woman's eyes widened. She thought that this young man was quite thick-skinned. She swept her eyes over Qin Yu and continued to say, "The World Zeroes was a trap for the Western Wilds and that clan. I originally wanted to use this to make up for my mistake in the past and teach them a lesson. But I never imagined that the one who came would be you." This explanation was too general. What trap, what lesson? Moreover, I only walked in and didn't do anything at all. Why am I the scapegoat? The woman's gaze was deep. I woke up and this plan was already activated. It can't be used again. But you, how did you get here? Qin Yu didn't hide anything. He told her about how he joined forces with the 6 old monsters to destroy the Western Wilds and that clan. He spoke about it all the way until now. He tried to be as brief as possible. But the situation was complicated, so he spoke for a long time. The woman coldly sneered. Does the Western Wilds and that clan have no one left? They were actually forced into such a difficult situation by you bunch of shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Qin Yu, I'll endure this. The ruler had personally spoken, so it wasn't too shameful to be called shrimp soldiers and crab generals. He waited for a moment and asked, "Senior, is this the trap you spoke of?" The woman lightly said, "It's me." She lifted a hand and pointed outside. "Do you see those eternal flames? I hid something inside. The Western Wilds and that clan will definitely discover it. Then, as long as they try to take it away, I will wake up and give them a great surprise." Qin Yu's eyes brightened. So, the danger the stone pagoda and the fire spirit mentioned was this woman in front of him. They could barely be considered acquaintances, so it shouldn't be a problem to bend the rules a little, right? As long as she nodded, the eternal flames would be in his hands. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. He took a deep breath and was about to speak, but the woman in front of him beat him to it. "You shouldn't be telling me that you also want the eternal flames outside, right?" Qin Yu respectfully said, "I ask Senior to help me." The woman faintly smiled. Her eyes swept over him several times. "The eternal flames are very strong. Can you withstand them with your cultivation?" There was a chance. Qin Yu quickly turned his hand and summoned the unconscious furnace. "This junior has a treasure in my hands. It won't be a problem for me to take the eternal flames." The woman's eyes brightened. "Oh, this furnace isn't bad." She straightened herself and earnestly looked at it several times. "It can even passively advance. Interesting. I think I know why you want the eternal flames. To be honest, although you ruined my plan and your skill is average, since that woman chose you, I will still choose to help you. Thank you, Senior," Qin Yu said with a happy expression. The woman chuckled several times. "Let me finish." She pointed at herself. "I am not that woman. You should already know this, but how do I explain it? Well, I am an independent will. Before the predetermined program is activated, I can still maintain my consciousness. But once the program is activated, I will no longer be me. All living beings in front of me will become my attack targets until everything is destroyed." The woman smiled again. "Don't look at how you're chatting with me right now. But if we really do fight, I will kill you as well." Although her face was blurry when she laughed, she was still extremely beautiful. But right now, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to care about whether or not she was beautiful. He only felt a cold chill surge out from the depths of his heart, nearly freezing his blood. Chapter 1403. Calm down, don't panic. First, let's sort things out. The woman in front of him was the one who descended from the shadows of the sun and moon, but it wasn't the real her. From the information he had gathered so far, she should be the avatar of the ruler's will. In other words, Qin Yu's previous guess was correct. The ruler of this world hadn't perished, but had faked his death to escape. Then, he used this chance to lay down a trap for Western Desolation and that clan. He didn't know what this woman had done to make Western Desolation and that clan believe her without a doubt, but without a doubt, the existence of World Zero was a true trap. As for why she was so convinced that it was Western Desolation and that clan, it was likely because she knew that the cultivators of vast young world didn't have the strength to come here. In fact, if it weren't for Qin Yu suddenly popping out of nowhere, this would have been the case. But saying all of this now was meaningless. The most important thing right now was that this avatar of the ruler's will, she was a trap, and the ever-burning flame was the switch that triggered the trap. As long as it was touched, the slaughter program set up by the ruler's will avatar would erupt, destroying everything within range. This wasn't nonsense, but something Qin Yu had to figure out first. Only like this could he find a way to break out of this trap. Now, it seemed that the situation was a dead knot with no solution. If he wanted to take the ever-burning flame, he would have to kill someone. But if he didn't, then wouldn't all of this be in vain? The meat was already at his mouth. He had to eat it, otherwise how could he think clearly? Qin Yu coughed and bowed. Senior, the ever-burning flame is extremely important to me. I ask Senior to guide me. The woman curled her lips. I've already explained things clearly to you. There is no such thing as a maze. As long as you think your head is hard enough, then feel free to take the ever-burning flame. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. If I had the ability, why would I be wasting words with you? Humph humph. I'll warn you once. Being disrespectful to the ruler in your heart is still a great crime. The woman had a dangerous look in her eyes. One more time and I will let you experience what a toxic whirlwind drill is. This, although he didn't know what method it was, just hearing the name made him feel fierce. Qin Yu coughed. Senior, is there really no other way? Or your current state? He hesitated, but the woman instantly understood. She rolled her eyes at him. You want to ask how long I can exist, right? My apologies, but as long as the will of a hegemon isn't damaged, it shouldn't be a problem for me to live for thousands of years. Disappointment swelled up in his heart. He subconsciously thought of a second idea, but this was far too dangerous. He didn't dare to say it. The woman understood again. Her smile was bright, and her eyes were extremely bright. Little guy, your brain works very fast. You can even think of this kind of method. Now, I somewhat understand why that woman took a liking to you. Being thick-skinned is indeed a good plus for cultivators. Qin Yu revealed an awkward expression. I was just thinking about it and acting on a whim. I had no intention of disrespecting Senior. The woman waved her hand. You don't understand. Strictly speaking, I can understand your thoughts. Loneliness is one of the scariest things in this world, especially for a woman who has lived for a long time. So, if we can end this boring period of time ahead of time, I will be very happy. But what a pity that woman is already on guard against me. I have no way to disperse myself on my own initiative, so it won't work. Qin Yu was left speechless. He could feel that the woman wasn't lying about this matter. In other words, he could give up on any unorthodox attempts. If he wanted to take away the undying flame, there was only one path left. He had to use his head to resist the avatar of the hegemon's will. What a headache, what a headache! Qin Yu's head could be considered hard, but it definitely wasn't enough for the avatar of the hegemon to chop it off. The only way was if someone could help him share the burden. But the problem was, where could he find a helper? A thought suddenly raced through Qin Yu's mind. His eyes flashed. He suddenly felt that this plan seemed feasible. He took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. Senior, may I ask if what you said just now was true? He was referring to the matter of the woman saying that she wanted to disappear as soon as possible. This was the key point. If she was just casually speaking her mind and Qin Yu mentioned his idea, that would be the same as running into the muzzle of a gun. That would be far too miserable. The woman glanced at him. Of course it's true. Her eyes brightened. She leaned forward and looked at Qin Yu with an extremely oppressive attitude. Little brat, did you think of a way? Tell me. As long as it works, I will help you. Qin Yu relaxed a little. With this attitude, it seemed that she wasn't joking. Then, He could boldly speak his mind. After organizing his words and making sure that he didn't make any mistakes, Qin Yu cupped his hands together and said, I told Senior before that this junior joined forces with several ancient true sages to break into this place. These people are very strong. Each of them is a peak true sage existence. This junior thinks that if they join forces, would they be able to resist Senior for a moment? The woman raised an eyebrow. Peak true sage? She thought about it seriously. How many did you say just now? I remember. There are 6, right? Including Yao Tao, that was 7. But thinking about it, Qin Yu eliminated her from the list. Borrowing a knife to kill someone was indeed a good idea. But no one could be sure that once Yao Tao was killed, Peach Girl wouldn't be implicated. He couldn't take the risk. Yes, Senior. There are a total of 6 ancient true sages. Qin Yu immediately told her what he knew about them. Ghost Dao powerhouses? Not bad, not bad. These people are usually very resistant to beatings. The woman nodded in satisfaction. As for the Su brothers and Feng Yunyu, if I'm not wrong, they are probably from here. Indeed, during the war, there were some fence-sitters who ran away when they saw that the situation wasn't good. Let's take this opportunity to send them down and have some tea with the people from back then. Oh, something like killing could actually be said so casually and as if it was a matter of course? Indeed, I don't know anything about the ruler's state of mind. But this wasn't important. What was important was that the ruler's avatar seemed to have agreed to Qin Yu's suggestion. But thinking about how the woman in front of him was going to disappear soon, he hurriedly restrained his smile. The woman sneered. Hypocritical man, laugh if you want. I won't hold it in any longer. He definitely couldn't admit it. Even if he knew it was fake, he had to continue acting. Qin Yu solemnly said, Many thanks for Senior's help. Qin Yu is extremely grateful. Does Senior have any other wishes? If I can do it, I won't refuse. There had to be a limit. Otherwise, if there was a problem, wouldn't that be terrible? The woman thought for a moment and suddenly clapped her hand. There really is something. She reached out and plucked a strand of hair. If there's time, you can take it out with you. Qin Yu was a little nervous. That's it? The woman sneered again. Not satisfied? Why don't I give you another mission card with a higher difficulty? Qin Yu hurriedly took the strand of hair and carefully put it away. Senior, rest assured. Qin Yu will definitely help you. As for what this hair could be used for, there shouldn't be any problems, right? The woman smiled faintly. All right, let's get down to business. How do you plan on tricking people to come here to be your shield? That's right. This was Qin Yu's plan. If he used the everlasting flame, the Avatar's slaughter program would be activated. Qin Yu might not be able to stop it alone, but if a group of peak true sages worked together, there might be a way. Cough cough. Even if they were to suffer in the end, they should be able to hold on for a while. This would give Qin Yu enough time to collect the everlasting flame. As for whether they lived or died, that wasn't something Qin Yu needed to consider. Qin Yu cupped his hands. Junior believes that I have some method. It's just that I need Senior's help on one point. That is the key to enter this real place. The previous crystal plate was destroyed when I came in. The woman's lips curled. You're quite confident. Then I won't bother. With that said, she flicked her sleeves. Light surged in front of them. Following a series of crackling sounds, the ground was filled with crystal plates. Is that enough? Qin Yu nodded repeatedly. Enough, enough. Thank you for your help, Senior. The only loophole in his plan had actually been filled in so easily. This was a good sign. Now it was time to test his acting skills. As long as he did it well enough, they would definitely take the bait. Of course, Qin Yu had some confidence in this. Of course, the most important thing was that treasures moved the heart. When faced with a strong temptation, one's ability to judge would fall to the lowest point. This was clearly more beneficial to his plan. The woman waved her hand and gently yawned. Since you have confidence, hurry up and go. Remember, if everything goes smoothly, be a bit faster when you collect the everlasting flame. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Qin Yu will be taking his leave. He solemnly bowed to the ground. After taking several steps back, he turned and left. This bow was a must. Although the chief god's will avatar admitted that she was happy to disappear ahead of time, no matter what, she had paid the price of her own disappearance to help Qin Yu. This was a completely different matter. He had to remember this favor. Her hair, Qin Yu had been a bit worried that the chief god's will avatar would cause trouble for him, but now he suppressed his worries. No matter whether or not she had other plans, he should help her. Fulfilling this small wish could be considered a repayment. Otherwise, if he owed a favor and couldn't repay it, that would be a knot in his heart. Without accident, he wouldn't have a chance to see the chief god's will avatar again. Qin Yu let out a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. A sharp light shined in his eyes. Now wasn't the time to be thinking about such things. The grand play was about to begin, and if he wanted to obtain benefits, he had to play his role well. He could only hope that those ancient true saints hadn't left yet. Chapter 1404. Leave? Haha, that was absolutely impossible. The 5 inherited techniques had mysteriously disappeared. Both sides fought for a long time. Even though they were shocked and in disbelief, they could basically confirm that the inherited techniques were not in the hands of the other. Then, before they could accept this sad reality, the crystal plate was discovered. At first glance, both sides could feel the powerful aura it contained. That was the will of the ruler. The real residence of the ruler was not here. They knew this very well. They thought that it had been destroyed in the catastrophe, but the moment they saw the crystal plate, they knew that the residence of the ruler was still there. And this crystal plate was the key to finding it. A fierce battle broke out. The Su brothers used the advantage of space, and finally got the crystal plate first. That was why when Su Yan said that they were the ones who found the crystal plate, the wind, cloud, and rain saints were not convinced. They had obviously found it together, it was just that they were faster. That was why there was a fight and fight. However, something even more tragic happened at this time. The extremely stupid Su Yan actually gave the key to Xian Jiusheng. Then, he really took the key and left. Yes, he left just like that. In front of the 5 ancient true saints, he left without any trouble. It was unbelievable. The most tragic thing was that when they caught up, they were just a little bit away. They could only watch as Xian Jiusheng disappeared into the illusory door. They did not know where he went. All they could do was wait for Xian Jiusheng to come out. When would he come out? Would he still appear here? How long did they have to wait? The 5 ancient true saints did not know. But there was one thing they were sure of. If the heavens gave them another chance and let Xian Jiusheng appear in front of them, whether it was the Su brothers or the wind, cloud, and rain saints, they all swore that they would tear him to pieces. Killing intent surged in their chests. Their eyes were filled with confusion. The 5 ancient true saints were waiting, but they did not know if there would be any result. Time passed quietly. Su Yan's breathing returned to normal. His face was blank, but his eyes were still red. It was enough to show that under his calm exterior, there was a ruthless emotion. Xian Jiusheng, Xian Jiusheng, Xian Jiusheng. You will definitely come out, definitely. It was almost an obsession, but also a strong intuition. Suddenly, Su Yan's heartbeat sped up. He raised his head and looked in front of him. Space trembled as an illusory door appeared. Su Yan instantly stopped breathing. He stared at the illusory door, his aura completely restrained. He was out. He came out. Sincerity can split open metal and stone. Bah, it wasn't appropriate to use it in this aspect, but it was fine as long as everyone understood the general meaning. In short, Su Yan was extremely excited at this moment. Moreover, he was still able to perfectly control his surging emotions at such an excited moment and didn't make the slightest movement. Of course, he had to restrain his aura. Otherwise, if he scared off Xian Jiuxing, he would really have no place to cry. Finally, a figure appeared from within, quickly turning from illusory to corporeal. That's right, it was Sage Nine Lives. Even if this figure turned into ashes, he would never mistake it for someone else. Die! With a roar, the suppressed rage in Su Yan's chest was finally released. Instantly, it was like a vast river bursting its banks, unable to be controlled. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! At this moment, this was the only thought in Su Yan's mind. Qin Yu screamed, "If you kill me, none of you will be able to obtain the ruler's relic." The oncoming fist caused space to violently shake. It stopped just several feet away from his face. Su Yan gasped for breath. Deep in his crimson eyes, there was a hint of struggle. Across from him, Qin Yu's complexion was pale. He was panting for breath, as if he had suffered severe losses. Seeing this, he hurriedly shouted out, "Don't be impulsive. Listen to me first. The illusory door is connected to the true ruler's residence. It is the greatest lucky chance in the entire world. 0. Su Yan pulled on her big brother. Listen to him first. If there is anything wrong, it won't be too late to kill him then. The wind, cloud, and rain saints nodded. Yes, there is no hurry to kill someone. Su Yan took a deep breath. He coldly said, "Speak." Qin Yu wiped away the beads of sweat covering his forehead. Perhaps it was because he was weak or because he was a bit scared, but his fingers trembled. He gave himself full marks for this performance. In particular, the shaking of his hand was a stroke of genius. He took a deep breath and said, "Before this, I activated the crystal core and opened an illusory door. After I entered, I found where the eternal flame's main body was. The temperature there was even higher and the might there was extremely terrifying." "Get to the point," Su Yan interrupted him. Qin Yu's eyes revealed a bit of anger, but he could only suppress it. He clenched his teeth and said, "The point is that after I entered the eternal flame, I discovered a palace that was overflowing with light and vibrant colors." Cloud Saint's eyes brightened. "Overflowing with light and vibrant colors?" Qin Yu glanced at him. "That's right. At the time I was also surprised. Just what material was used to build that palace? Not only was it safe and sound in the eternal flame, but it even seemed to be able to absorb the energy of fire." Cloud Saint took a step forward. "Continue. What did you discover in the palace?" Qin Yu bitterly smiled. "If I said that I didn't obtain anything at all, would you believe me?" He took a deep breath, the bitter smile on his face becoming even heavier. "That palace emitted an astonishing pressure. Just looking at it made it hard for me to breathe. And this was only the beginning. The closer I got, the stronger the pressure became until it was nearly unbearable. I tried my best, but I was only able to reach the palace doors. But just as I was about to push open the doors, a voice suddenly sounded out. As he spoke to her, he paused. A strange and frightened expression crossed his face. She said that I am not welcome here. In truth, this tone and expression came from the depths of his heart. This was because this was what the woman had said before. Because it was true, it was extremely convincing. The 5 ancient true saints, including the red-eyed Su Yan, instantly believed him. At this time, all the hairs on their backs stood up. Their eyes widened, revealing shock, fear, and disbelief. Qin Yu licked his lips, his voice filled with difficulty. It was a woman's voice. It was very young and pleasant to hear. Do you believe it? The ruler was actually a woman. At first I wasn't willing to accept my fate. After going in with so much difficulty, how could I be willing to leave without any gains? But what happened afterwards proved that a ruler was still a ruler. Even if it was only a shadow, its might wasn't something I could resist. She only waved her hand and I was sent flying away. If it weren't for the life-saving treasure I had, I fear I would have been killed on the spot. Su Yen said in a low voice, Shadow? How did you know it was a shadow? Qin Yu said, The moment I was sent flying away, I looked through the windows of the palace and saw a phantom. It was very blurry, but it was definitely just a shadow. Then, she told me that I wasn't the fated person she was waiting for. If I dared to come any closer, I would die without a doubt. As Qin Yu spoke these words, he couldn't help but praise himself in his heart. That was because his current expression was just too perfect. His bitterness, helplessness, pain, and regret were completely revealed. He perfectly displayed the state of mind that a person who entered a treasure mountain but returned empty-handed should have. Strictly speaking, this could be considered acting as himself. This was because when Qin Yu saw that palace, he had high hopes for it. He had been excited for a long time, thinking that he would be able to obtain a great harvest. And the result? He didn't obtain anything and walked out empty-handed. After the story was finished, the air was quiet. The 5 ancient true saints didn't speak, but from their expressions, Qin Yu knew that they believed at least 50% of his story. He didn't need much. 50% was enough. Su Yen suddenly sneered. What nonsense! The ruler of this place is a man. We all came from this place, so how could we not know more than an outsider like you? He took a step forwards, cruel killing intent breaking out from his body. Everyone, why waste time listening to his nonsense? Let's kill him together. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He drew backwards. A man? Impossible. The one I met was clearly a woman. Humph, you want to trick me? With your level of skill, it's far from enough. Of course, a small scheme was just a small scheme. But if he really was just bragging, then he really might be frightened by such a cruel killing intent. Shua the wind cloud and rain saints stood in front of Su Yen. Su Yen, 2 true saints, now is not the time to settle your personal grudges. I believe that there must be a deeper meaning to what Sir Virtuous said just now. As Wind Saint spoke, he turned and smiled. Sir Virtuous, rest assured that as long as the information you provide is useful, we guarantee that no harm will come to you. Despicable villain! Su Yen was so angry that his lungs nearly exploded. He had only been probing just now. With the status of the Wind Cloud and Rain Saints, they should be well aware of what was going on. They clearly understood everything, yet they still had to put on such an act. It was clear that they wanted to draw closer to Virtuous while also conveniently tricking him. Su Yen coldly sneered. My big brother was only probing out of caution. Since the facts have proven that what Sir Virtuous said is true, us 2 brothers naturally won't act recklessly. He cupped his hands together. If I didn't hear wrong, what you mean is that we also have a chance to pass through the illusory gate and obtain the ruler's relic. Qin Yu nodded. That's right. He flipped his hand. Light surged in his palm and a crystal card appeared. Everyone's eyes gathered on him. The temperature in the air rapidly rose. Everyone should recognize this, so I won't explain too much. As long as you activate it, you can open the illusory gate and enter a deeper level of the real world, where you can find the true residence of the ruler. The ruler's shadow said that I wasn't the fated person she was waiting for. Qin Yu revealed a sad expression. He took a deep breath and continued, but everyone still has a chance. If you are chosen, I don't think I need to explain what that means. The sound of gasping suddenly deepened. They had clearly seen Qin Yu shatter the crystal card to open the illusory gate, and now there was another one in his hand. But this wasn't important. What was important was that they saw a chance to obtain the ruler's relic. Hold on. Su Yen suddenly said, his eyes sharp and icy cold. He looked at Qin Yu and said, There is only a single crystal card. Sir Virtuous, are you trying to say that it can send all of us in? Qin Yu shook his head. I've already tried. At most, a single crystal card can send 1 person in. Su Yen sneered. Your methods are quite good. There is only one crystal card, so how are we supposed to distribute it among so many of us? I fear that you will have to think of a way to provoke a battle between us. I suspect that your appearance here is only a plot, and perhaps it is to scheme against us. Qin Yu really wanted to applaud him. Su Yan, how could you be so smart? Of course, he could only think about it. At such a critical moment, he couldn't do anything stupid. He glanced at Su Yan and shook his head. Sage, you're thinking too much. I don't have that intention. He paused for a moment and flipped his hand. 2 more crystal plates appeared. 3 crystal plates. 3 saints can enter. If you're interested, you can bid now. The air fell silent. There were actually 3 crystal cards. And then, what the hell was with bidding? Su Yan frowned. What do you mean? Qin Yu shrugged. Let me remind everyone first. You might not know the attributes of the crystal cards, but I have already activated one, so I have a bit of experience. As long as I move my hand, I can crush them. So, if anyone wishes to enter the residence of a ruler, it is best to follow my rules. Otherwise, if the crystal cards break, all of you will have to leave empty-handed. Qin Yu hated that he couldn't hand over the crystal cards with both hands right now and send them in one by one to their death. But while he could say this, he couldn't do this. Otherwise, would he really think these old fellows were idiots? No one would eat a meat pie that fell from the sky. They had to pay the price, and the greater the price, the more trustworthy they would be. This was only human nature. Su Yan's complexion changed. A bit of anger flashed in his eyes, but he could only suppress the restlessness in his heart. It was hard to determine whether virtuous Jiusheng's words were true or false, but he couldn't take the risk. If the crystal cards were really broken, he would absolutely go crazy. The crowd quieted down. Qin Yu smiled. Very good. Saints, you are all smart people. Then, let us get straight to the point. If I enter a treasure mountain and return empty-handed, perhaps everyone doesn't believe me, then I will make an oath that I have absolutely not obtained anything from behind the illusory gate that can aid my cultivation. Otherwise, I will be imprisoned by the great Tao and never be able to become a ruler. This oath was vicious enough. In the eyes of everyone present, its credibility was naturally high. So, let us continue. Qin Yu took a deep breath. I was the one who brought out the crystal cards. After I hand them over to you, I will write off all our previous grudges. But I also need to obtain some compensation. After all, what I will be giving you is likely an unimaginable lucky chance. This is also the reason why we need to write off all our grudges. I must obtain a guarantee that after you enter and come out, if you obtain anything, you won't try to settle accounts with me. After all, at that time, killing me will be easy. The wind, cloud, and rain saints directly agreed. Their words were sincere. Virtuous Jiusheng's words are reasonable. All previous conflicts will be erased and no one will mention them again. Moreover, it is normal to ask for compensation. We are more than willing to give you a beautiful price. Please give us the keys. 3 keys for the 3 of them. It was simply perfect. But what a pity, Su Yan wouldn't agree to such a perfect matter. He sneered and said, "Keep on dreaming." Su Yan stared at Qin Yu and took a deep breath. After today, everything from before will be written off. I vow that I will never continue to pursue this matter. Didn't they say they would kill Qin Yu? Didn't they say they couldn't live under the same sky as an unforgettable hatred? As expected, the words of cultivators were all lies. One couldn't believe a single word they said. Suddenly, a light laugh echoed out. How lively! I was wondering why I didn't see anyone. So it turns out everyone is gathered here. The flames parted and Seamless Saint stepped into the hall. His expression was calm and his lips curved up in a light smile. Chapter 1405. True Divine Seamless, a powerhouse of the ghost path. Everyone's expression changed. Their pupils shrank, revealing a deep fear. Seeing their reactions, True Divine Seamless looked at Qin Yu. The smile on his face became wider. It seems that Sir Virtuous Nine Lives has already told everyone my identity. This saves me some effort. There is no need for me to introduce myself." After a slight pause, he smiled and said, "I want one of these 3 crystal plates." He spoke plainly and without too much emphasis. But it was because of this that it gave people a feeling that it was only natural. It was as if he could really take the crystal plate if he spoke. The air was silent. At this moment, no one jumped out to express their opposition. Qin Yu's expression was ugly. He took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. "Fine, but the rules will not change. Seamless Saint must take out something that satisfies me." But in reality, if not for the fact that the situation was not right, he would have already cheered in excitement. He wished he could rush up and hug Seamless Saint, giving him a big and warm hug. Originally, this hidden powerhouse of the Ghost Path was one of the most important people on Qin Yu's list of resisting the avatars of the ruler's will. Before this, Qin Yu was still having a headache. What method could he use to find him without arousing suspicion? He had already made several preparations in his heart. He was just waiting to fool the Su brothers and the 3 saints before immediately acting. But reality always gave people surprises. Or perhaps it could be said that true divine Seamless' ability to understand others was perfect. He came like this, directly appearing in front of Qin Yu. He seemed gentle and calm, but in reality was extremely overbearing and domineering. He directly asked for a crystal plate. Good, he was too good. Qin Yu felt that the people of the world had a great misunderstanding of these ancient and mysterious true sages. In this short period of interaction, Qin Yu was able to draw a warm conclusion from his personal experiences. They were all good people. First, there was Su Yan who took the initiative to give the key. Then, there was Seamless who offered himself to fill in the name list. The other true sages were also very cooperative throughout the process. Touching. Oh, it was just that Seamless Saint's current aura was very strange. It was very different from what he sensed before. Qin Yu carefully thought about it. He suddenly felt a little annoyed. It couldn't be that they were having so much fun. Li Siji and the Vengeful Spirit had combined into one, and now, they had combined into one? Could it be that this only existed in the legends, between the same sex? I've been taught. Even though I don't understand why, I feel that it's really amazing. But he was already 3-skinned. Didn't he feel disgusted? Luckily, this wasn't important. In Qin Yu's opinion, the stronger true divine Seamless was, the better. As for how he was strong, he didn't want to think about it. Right now, he felt a bit nauseous. True divine Seamless certainly didn't expect that at this moment, Qin Yu, who had an ugly expression on his face, a trace of helplessness, resentment, and gnashing his teeth, had already plotted against him countless times in his heart. Countless unsightly scenes flashed through his mind. Of course. Don't worry, Sir Sage Joshing. I will abide by the rules and give you some compensation. With a flip of his hand, a blood-red light surged in his palm, and a blood-jade coffin the size of a child's palm appeared. This item has accompanied me for countless years. It is an extremely important treasure when I was cultivating the Ghost Dao's secret arts. It can be used to suppress and refine Ghost Dao puppets. It can be considered the most precious item in the hands of us Ghost Dao cultivators. Of course, because of a small misunderstanding between me and Sir Sage Joshing, all of the Ghost Dao puppets within were used up. Now, I will give this blood-jade coffin to you to show that I no longer care about that misunderstanding. Was this blood-jade coffin a good treasure? Of course it was. It had been raised by a Ghost Dao powerhouse for his entire life. As long as one wasn't blind, they would immediately know that this was an absolutely good treasure. It was more than enough to satisfy Qin Yu's agreement to receive some compensation. But the crux of the matter was that Qin Yu wasn't a Ghost Dao cultivator at all. No matter how precious this thing was, it was useless if it couldn't be used. Everyone's eyes gathered on him. Qin Yu frowned, a hesitant expression on his face. Seamless Saint lightly said, I have already done as you requested. If you don't agree, then that means you are going back on your word. We certainly cannot trust you anymore and continue our transaction with you." His voice was calm and it seemed as if he didn't care at all. But his words were actually filled with threat, as if he wanted to see if he would dare to touch him. Qin Yu's eyebrows shot up. He thought that this three-skinned thing had a great effect on increasing one's strength. His self-confidence was actually exploding. This was a good thing, a good thing. The stronger Seamless Saint was, the more time he would be able to win for him. So, this was why he was willing to shed his blood for you. So, what was a little threat? If you cared about something like this, then could you still be considered a bright and open man? That was definitely not possible. Qin Yu took a deep breath and nodded. Deal. I am such a generous man. Towards those who silently and sincerely help me, I have an extremely high tolerance. Please give me a thumbs up. The blood jade coffin was in hand, the crystal card was sent out, and the number 1 on the death list had arrived. Seamless Saint lowered his head and looked at the crystal card in his hand, as if he were verifying its authenticity. Then, he turned to leave. Qin Yu said, I think that saint can wait a little longer. Seamless Saint glanced at him. His eyes flashed and his lips curled up. Oh? Since your Excellency Virtuous 9 Lives has spoken, then let's wait a little longer. Qin Yu thought that Seamless 9 Lives might think that he had other plans, but I'm sorry, I really don't. The main reason is that I am worried that even if you obtain the key, you won't be able to smoothly activate it. It was best to complete a plan as soon as possible, so, for something as complicated as activating the key, I am more than happy to help. Qin Yu raised his hand and said, Everyone, there are only 2 tokens left. Su Yen took a step forward. I want one. He looked up, his eyes cold and containing a formidable pressure as he looked at them. You 3, I believe that you don't want to thoroughly anger me and cause a fierce battle here. His attitude was strong and clear. No matter what you said, he wanted 1 crystal card. If you didn't give it to him, then he would turn hostile. TSK, he seemed incomparably awe-inspiring, but when Seamless Saint spoke just now, where did you go, Su Yen? How come you turned mute? In short, this was a typical example of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Were the wind, cloud, and rain saints soft? Of course not. With 3 true saints joining forces and their cultivation methods complementing each other, their might was absolutely incredible. Looking at everyone present, the 3 saints didn't fear anyone. Even if this Seamless Saint suddenly appeared, they would at most fear him. But just because they weren't soft didn't mean they had to be tough to the end. Otherwise, in this situation, Su Yen would have done what he said he would. The key was in front of them. They were about to open the illusory door and search for the relic of the ruler that represented infinite possibilities. Risking their lives at this time was clearly an extremely stupid thing to do. Whether they won or lost, they would have already lost. Their eyes crossed. It was unknown what the wind, cloud, and rain saints were communicating. After several breaths of time, Cloud Saint said, Give us the last one. They would sit in rows and divide the fruits, with each side taking one. This was considered fair. As for what they said before, that the 3 of them just happened to correspond to 3 crystal cards, they were just saying it, but everyone knew it was impossible. Su Yen was expressionless. All right. He turned his hand and a piece of silver-white metal appeared in his palm. But what was strange was that when one looked at it, they felt as if something was constantly flowing on its surface, as if it were some sort of liquid. But even so, it maintained its solid state, as if it were some sort of special visual effect. When I was roaming Vastyong, I found a place where the power of space violently converged. I spent a great deal of effort to obtain this. It contains nearly complete space laws within it. After a cultivator refines it, they can directly comprehend the power of space. The laws of space and time were related to a cultivator's future potential, and they represented a benchmark for future achievements. This had been mentioned before, and even some saints that had stepped into the bitter sea had not been able to smoothly comprehend them. But this stone in front of them, as long as they refined it, they could directly comprehend the laws of space. Was it precious or not? But Qin Yu had already comprehended the laws of space. Although he couldn't compare with the Su brothers, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he had reached a higher level. In other words, it was the same as the blood jade coffin that the seamless saint had taken out. This silver stone was indeed extremely precious, so precious that you couldn't say anything to refute it. But in reality, it was incomparably useless to Qin Yu. This group of old bastards, they had most likely discussed this beforehand. Fortunately, this extortion was just like cutting grass to hit a rabbit. It was just an additional gain to increase the authenticity of the story. And he had said before that he had to be a generous man. Compared to the price that the other party would have to pay, being disgusted by a little scheme was nothing at all. The exchange, the stone in hand, and the second person on the death list had arrived. Su Yen retreated, playing with the crystal plate in his hand, carefully appraising it. The good news was that there was no problem with the crystal plate. It was exactly the same as the one he had obtained before. Glancing at the seamless saint from the corner of his eyes, he thought for a moment and made the same choice, remaining to continue observing. What happened next was much simpler than imagined. The three saints of wind, cloud, and rain chose the eldest to be the holder of the last key. TSK here, I have to praise the friendship and trust between the three saints. It was fine if the two Su brothers were related, but they weren't. And three people would always be harder to decide than two people. Thus, for them to make a decision so quickly, and for their opinions to be unified without any dispute, this wasn't easy at all. But praising them was just praising them. This didn't mean that Qin Yu had to do anything for them, cough cough. In any case, there was no need to be anxious. There were still many empty spots on the list. If you can pull in your friends and relatives, you don't have to worry about not having enough space. I can appropriately increase the number of spots. As Qin Yu was being mischievous, the wind saint coughed and stepped forward, preparing to take away the last crystal plate. At this time, Yao Tao, who had been excluded from the list but had forced her way in, arrived. The way she appeared was even more mysterious than the seamless saints. The flames silently collapsed inwards, as if they were swallowed up by a black hole. Then, in this blank space, Yao Tao's figure appeared. Ignoring the gazes that gathered around her, especially the seamless saint who had a particularly complex look in his eyes, Yao Tao stared at Qin Yu and reached out a hand. I want this crystal plate. Chapter 1406. Indeed, in this world, it was impossible for everything to develop in the direction you hoped for. There would always be some accidents. Yao Tao was one of them. Qin Yu didn't want to borrow a knife to kill others, at least not now. But Yao Tao had come. In this situation, Qin Yu couldn't give her any hints. Otherwise he would be mocking the intelligence of a group of ancient true saints. Thus, he could only furrow his eyebrows and put on a hesitant appearance. At the same time, his thoughts raced as he tried to find a solution. Luckily, there was a qualified minor character present. Before Qin Yu could feel the atmosphere turn cold, he jumped out on his own initiative to declare his existence. Cough cough, fine. Calling a solemn true saint a minor character was indeed a bit too arrogant. Wind Saint's complexion paled and his eyes burned with anger. He coldly said, "This crystal plate is ours. Yao Tao, don't look for trouble." Cloud Saint and Rain Saint stepped forwards, their eyes cold and unkind. Bang! There was a loud explosion in the void, like a boulder falling to the ground. Standing in front, Wind Saint stuffily coughed as he was sent flying backwards. Yao Tao! With a loud roar, the Wind, Cloud, and Rain Saints were enraged. They never thought that this woman would dare to attack them. They had tolerated True Saint Seamless because they feared his ghost path strength and tolerated Su Yen because they didn't want to complicate matters. But now Yao Tao had appeared. The so-called matters of the world could happen once or twice, but not thrice. Did she really think that the wind, cloud, and rain saints were made of clay? Moreover, when it came to who the final crystal plate belonged to, there was simply no way to retreat. Whose strong winds rose up, ruffling Yao Tao's long dress, and her hair fluttered about. Her eyes were icy cold as she looked at the three saints, not a hint of fear in them. At this moment, an obscure aura was being emitted from her body. It was like a predator that was slowly stretching out its tentacles, giving off an extremely terrifying feeling. The wind, cloud, and rain saints had dignified expressions, but they had no intention of retreating. The reason was already stated. It was impossible for them to retreat. A great battle was about to break out. True Saint Seamless and the Su family brothers coldly watched from the sidelines. These two sides wished they could see Yao Tao perish together with the wind, cloud, and rain saints so that they wouldn't have to struggle with them. But no matter what, Qin Yu couldn't stare blankly on as this occurred in front of him. Even if he didn't consider Yao Tao, the three saints of wind, cloud, and rain were also important figures on the list, so how could he allow them to perish here? Well, Qin Yu had to admit that in his subconscious, he was still optimistic about Yao Tao. Even if she had to fight against three ancient true sages alone, and they were the kind that could complement each other's skills and were extremely powerful. Could it be that Yao Tao's second personality had left too deep of an impression on him? Ahem, or to put it more bluntly, was he frightened? Being scared by a woman. Well, it was not a shameful thing. The one in the palace was also a woman. If he was not afraid of her, would he have to go through so much trouble? So he admitted it. Everyone, calm down. Listen to me first. Qin Yu walked between the two sides and raised the crystal token in his hand. Indeed, this was more effective than his words. Both sides restrained themselves and restrained their auras a little. Qin Yu first gestured to the wind, cloud, and rain saints. Then, he looked at Yao Tao. Do you really want to go in? This is your last chance, so you better grasp it. But it was clear that Yao Tao wasn't able to understand Qin Yu's true meaning. Or perhaps she had sensed something but chose to ignore it. After a brief silence, Yao Tao said, "Are you willing to help me?" She spoke without any head or tail, but Qin Yu understood her meaning. He immediately frowned and shook his head, not hesitating at all. Yao Tao's lips curved up. "Then isn't that settled? If you aren't willing to help me, then I can only think of a way myself. So, I must obtain the crystal token no matter what." Although he didn't know what the man and woman in front of him were talking about, he could feel that there was definitely a story between them. A man and a woman with a story between them. Holy shit, anything could happen. Wind Saint took a deep breath. He said in a low voice, "Your Excellency Nine Lives Sage, I hope you understand that if I cannot obtain the key, I will not give up." That's right, this was a clear threat. Don't let your thoughts get to your head and make some wrong decisions on a whim. Otherwise, I ask you to carefully investigate the anger of three ancient true sages. Yao Tao coldly sneered. "The crystal token is mine. Whoever dares to fight for it will die." A domineering aura leaked out. Qin Yu already knew that this woman's temper wasn't small. When she was in front of him, there was a high chance she would compromise. But now that he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that her temper wasn't small. She was strong to the point of exploding. But if things continued like this, they really would start fighting. Qin Yu glared at Yao Tao. "Don't speak anymore. I'll give this crystal token to you." Bang! The auras of the wind, cloud, and rain saints erupted. They locked onto Qin Yu from afar, their 6 eyes filled with rage. "Anyone can take the crystal token away, but they aren't afraid of us, right? Good, then I'll let you see what the rage of the burning heavens is." Qin Yu lifted a hand. "Hold on, what are you in such a hurry for? I didn't say I would give it to her, so I won't give it to you." With a flip of his hand, another crystal token appeared. A fourth. The space suddenly fell silent. Facing everyone's eyes, Qin Yu coughed. People need to leave a little something for themselves. I believe that with everyone's experience and wisdom, you should be able to understand, right? Of course I understand, you bastard. At this moment, the complexions of the seamless saint and Su Yen turned gloomy at the same time. They both felt as if they had been wronged and wronged. The joy that came from suppressing Qin Yu and scheming against him had completely vanished. 4 was 1 more than 3. This was absolutely not a show of superior and formidable mathematical ability. In truth, what they were trying to say was that while it was only 1 more, it indicated that their inherent understanding was wrong. If there weren't 3 crystal tokens, then that meant there had been a change. And the possibility of a change was that there might be many more. If this was true, then as the first ones to obtain the crystal token, they had undoubtedly paid a tremendous price, at least more than others. Yao Tao's lips twitched. Her eyes fell on Qin Yu. She thought that this man really could give people pleasant surprises. In the silence, Qin Yu remained calm. He clapped his hands, a bright smile on his face. Now everyone has their own harvest. This is truly a happy ending. Wind Saint turned his hand and a piece of cloth appeared in his palm. This cloth was stained with blood. He tore it with his hands and the cloth was torn in half. This cloth is stained with the blood of a strange race that has already gone extinct in this world. After igniting it, the blood can be used as a medium to summon the projection of a powerful existence that it believes in at a critical moment. I can guarantee that the effect will be absolutely satisfactory, just half a piece. Is Sir Virtuous 9 Lives willing? Qin Yu coughed, revealing just the right amount of awkwardness. Of course. Yao Tao blinked. I don't have anything. Indeed, when it came to the thickness of one's skin, when a woman was serious about something, you had already lost. No, I'll give it to you. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. In the end, he wasn't able to dispel Yao Tao's thoughts. However, this woman was strong to the point that Qin Yu felt that even if she entered the death list, she might not die. Of course, this could also be seen as a form of self-comfort and psychological suggestion. Seamless Saint and Su Yen had ugly complexions. The facts proved that they were smart. Their previous thoughts had become a reality. However, it was clear that no one cared about their feelings right now. Wind Saint coughed. He waved the other half of the cloth in his hand. There was something that I didn't explain clearly before, so I will add a little here. When summoning the projection of a powerful existence, it is not easy to determine whether it is strong or weak depending on how much blood is burned. He paused for a moment and then smiled. So, if Sir Virtuous 9 Lives still has a crystal card, I will be happy to continue exchanging with you. The air fell silent once more. Everyone looked at Qin Yu. He rubbed his nose, thinking that this old fellow Wind Saint was really too evil. What he was doing was no different from tearing open someone's wound and continuing to rub salt on it. But I like it. He was going to send everyone in to begin with, so even if Wind Saint didn't say anything, Qin Yu would still take the initiative. So, he flipped his hand and another crystal card appeared. Of course, if Wind Saint is willing, this is yours. As expected, he still had a crystal card. The three-skin, seamless Saint's lips twitched and his eyes darkened. But it was unknown what he thought of, but he took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Out of sight, out of mind, fuck, these words were all lies, all lies. So angry, so angry, so angry. Su Yen stuffily coughed. His chest ached. If thoughts could kill, Qin Yu would have already been torn to shreds. But at this time, he couldn't do anything. He could only forcefully suppress his anger because Su Yen still didn't have a crystal card. Virtuous 9 Lives, exchange another crystal card for me. Qin Yu flipped his hand. Light surged and a 6th crystal card appeared. Of course, as long as you are willing to bid, I will be happy to exchange. But this time, I hope that you can give me something that isn't too useless. This was an additional request. The pain in his chest intensified. Su Yen took a deep breath and endured it. He flipped his hand and took out another stone. This one was different from the one that contained the power of space. It was pitch black, like a black hole. Looking at it, one felt as if they would be sucked in. I don't know what this stone is either, but I'm sure it's worth a crystal plate. He tossed it out. When Qin Yu sensed that there was nothing wrong with it, he reached out to receive it. Heavy. Don't look at this black stone. It was only slightly larger than an adult's finger, but its weight was incomparably heavy. A faint fluctuation spread out. It was the stone pagoda. It didn't say anything, but this slight fluctuation was enough to explain many things. Qin Yu flipped his hand and put away the crystal card. Deal. As Rain Saint saw Su Yen take the crystal card, how could he hold himself back? He said in a low voice, "Your Excellency, virtuous 9 lives, I also want a crystal card." Qin Yu blinked his eyes. If I said that I only had 5 crystal cards and that I had already traded them, I was just joking. How could I do something so cruel? But this really is the last crystal card in my hands. I originally wanted to keep it as a souvenir, but how could I do this? Rain Saint's face twitched. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Your Excellency, virtuous 9 lives, rest assured that I will definitely give you a satisfactory return. A mystical leaf that could increase the intensity of a cultivator's great Tao when they condensed their great Tao. These ancient true saints had far too many strange and precious things in their hands. They were simply moving treasuries. Originally, Qin Yu was just cutting grass to catch a rabbit. But now, he suddenly felt that he was addicted to extorting others. After the 7th crystal card was traded, everyone present received one. Now, their eyes fell on Qin Yu and the atmosphere fell silent once more. Chapter 1407. Now that they had the crystal plates, shouldn't they do something now that they had nothing to worry about? For example, joining forces to eliminate a certain Qin Yu who seemed to be an eyesore. Cough! Qin Yu's gaze swept across the crowd. I don't need to calculate with my fingers to come to a rough conclusion. Now everyone really wants to hammer me. Seamless Saint opened his eyes and cupped his hands, revealing a smile. Sage Jiuxing is truly a divine prophet. There was no need for more words in this sentence. The meaning was expressed clearly and clearly. The others did not speak, but apart from Yao Tao, their eyes were filled with malice. Looking at Qin Yu, Yao Tao was not worried at all, because she was very sure that Qin Yu was not stupid enough to bury himself. Since he dared to use such a method to trade the crystal plates, he would definitely have a follow-up method. Reality proved that a woman's intuition was really accurate sometimes. Hearing Qin Yu's next words, Yao Tao almost laughed out loud. As expected, things were not so simple. Qin Yu pointed at Seamless Saint. You know how to praise people, I like it. So, from now on, if Seamless Saint needs activation services, the price will be doubled. Let's not talk about the sarcasm and ridicule first. The key point was to draw a line to activate the service. The group of old monsters who were full of malice and were eager to make trouble had their expressions change slightly. They lowered their heads and looked at the crystal plates in their hands. Qin Yu snapped his fingers. All the sages here are indeed smart people. Then I shall get straight to the point and get straight to the point. The corner of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile that he thought was brilliant, but in the eyes of the saints, it was extremely treacherous. The crystal plates are indeed the key. They can enter a deeper level of reality and search for the ruler's relics. However, obtaining the key does not mean that you can enter smoothly, because the crystal plates need to be activated. As someone who has experienced it, I want to remind everyone that this is not an easy task. Of course, there is no proof. Saints, you can try now and see if you can successfully activate the key in your hands. If you can do it, just pretend that you did not hear what I said before. Otherwise, you better come here to register and reserve the crystal plate activation service. Extortion was really addictive. Qin Yu had to admit this. Moreover, once these people entered, there was a high probability that they would never come out again. Rather than wasting the treasures on him, it was better to let them continue to shine in his hands and contribute to the construction of the beautiful and harmonious Haoyang world. True Divine Avicii's expression was gloomy, and he could no longer maintain his calm and composed smile. He took a deep breath and focused his divine consciousness on the crystal plate. It was a mess. In his senses, it was as if there were countless scattered threads intertwining with each other in a despairing and complicated way, without any pattern to speak of. The activation of the crystal plate could only be completed after all the threads had been cleared. This description didn't seem difficult, but it was from the perspective of a normal person. When it was applied to a cultivator, it obviously had to be multiplied by a corresponding degree of difficulty based on their cultivation. In short, it was possible to activate it, but it required time, a lot of time. He glanced at the surroundings from the corner of his eyes. Most of the people had the same expression. This scene caused True Divine Avicii's heart to sink. The ominous premonition he had became even heavier. Qin Yu suddenly glanced over, a brilliant smile on his face. I will definitely keep my word. So, if Seamless Saint needs any service, remember to double it. He clapped his hands and raised his voice. All right, the appointment activation service will now officially begin. We welcome all sages to sign up. To tell the truth, my skill is extremely limited. At most, I can help 3 sages activate the tokens in my hands. Qin Yu rubbed his nose. This time it's absolutely true. Don't look at me like that, Qin. I guarantee it. So, I hope that the first sages to enter can quote a price now. Of course, if you aren't in a hurry, you can wait for the next batch. Every time, it will be 3. In order to express my apologies for my previous actions, I can help the last sage that enters for free. Free things could often stimulate the greatest enthusiasm in the depths of a person's heart. This was an unquestionable truth. But today, there wasn't a single sage that had the slightest bit of interest in this free spot. In fact, all of them frowned, not wishing that they would be the first to enter. The difference between first and last, if it were anywhere else then it wouldn't matter. But today, this was the dwelling of a ruler, a place with endless lucky chances and good fortune. If they were a step behind, it was possible that others would seize the initiative, and they would eventually lose the chance to compete. Well, although there was a chance that they would encounter danger first, if they were given a choice, no one would give up the initiative. After all, if they didn't even have this bit of courage, how could they possess their current cultivation? True Saint Seamless said in a low voice, Virtuous Joshing, I want a spot. This method was exactly the same as before. After the hypocrisy was gone, it was more domineering and forceful. Qin Yu shook his head. For something like face, selling it once is enough. If you do this every time, you will only lose face in the end. He looked at Seamless Saint, his eyes narrowing. Seamless Saint, do you think that if I promise to help other sages activate their tokens for free in exchange for some promise or help, would the other sages agree? True Saint Seamless frowned. What are you trying to say? Qin Yu lightly said, for instance, killing a person. A cold chill gushed out from the depths of his heart. True Saint Seamless didn't believe that with the greed that Virtuous Joshing revealed, he would be willing to do such a thing. But as he looked at those indifferent and emotionless eyes across from him, he couldn't help but feel a chill rise up from the depths of his heart. He had been threatened. Moreover, it was done in such a blatant and undisguised manner. Seamless Saint, who was in the 3-skin state, had a rage value that was multiplied by 3. Therefore, the rage in his heart was boiling crazily. But for someone who had lived for a long time, one of the advantages was that they had a stronger endurance and could clearly understand the situation. Taking a deep breath, True Saint Seamless said expressionlessly, What do you want? The so-called doubling in reality, there wasn't even a standard, and the specific value was hard to measure. Therefore, when Qin Yu mentioned this, it meant that he had already chosen his target. Smart, smart. Qin Yu instantly revealed a smile. He flipped his hand and took out the blood crystal coffin. Hey, thanks to the sage's favor, you gave me this blood jade coffin. This made me suddenly interested in the ghost Dao cultivation method. Why don't you give me a copy? After all, in this world, there are very few ghost Dao cultivators. If the sage isn't careful, cough cough, of course, it's just in case. You can also ensure that the inheritance isn't absolute, right? True Saint Seamless frowned. You want my ghost Dao cultivation method? Qin Yu waved the blood jade coffin in his hand. That's right. After several breaths of silence, True Saint Seamless coldly sneered. Fine, I agree. He lifted a hand. Blood light surged in his palm, and a blood jade rapidly condensed. An item condensed from the soul cannot be faked. With your methods, you should be able to make a judgment. Qin Yu thought to himself, judgment my ass. Luckily, he still had the stone pagoda. He took the blood jade in his hand and probed it with his mind. Soon there was a response. It is indeed a ghost Dao cultivation method. And it is a very powerful one. But there are some strange things inside that I cannot decipher for the time being. This was like cutting grass to kill rabbits. To use this phrase now, it didn't seem very appropriate. After all, the number of rabbits that Qin Yu had killed was a bit too many. It gave off a feeling that he was specifically aiming for rabbit. Forget it, he had already beaten them. Was he going to let them go? He smiled and put away the blood jade. Qin Yu clapped his hands. Seamless Saint is straightforward. I will give you one of the activation spots. He turned and swept his eyes over everyone, pausing on Su Yan for a moment. Everyone, I am not lying. There are only 3 spots in the first batch, and there are still 2 empty spots left. If we don't fight for them, there really won't be any left. Yao Tao lifted a hand and was about to speak when Qin Yu glared at her. I have already given you the crystal card for free. Don't go too far. This woman, why did she have to jump out and cause trouble for no reason? The only things that were truly valuable were these 3 spots. They couldn't be squandered away by her. Perhaps because she thought about how she had thickened her skin and forcefully taken the crystal card from Qin Yu's hand, Yao Tao revealed an awkward expression. She looked at Qin Yu with hidden bitterness and then drew back. Su Yan took a deep breath. He said, Activation spots. I want one. On how to be a successful businessman. The first step was to sell the item to you. The second step was to sell the user manual. There might be more to follow, but Qin Yu didn't have the energy or time to continue developing it. And basically, as long as he could smoothly complete the first 2 steps, that was already a success. As for Su Yan, he had personally helped a successful businessman. As a customer who was forced to spend money, it was understandable that he wasn't in a good mood. Thus, it wasn't a problem for him to have a cold attitude. Qin Yu smiled in response. Of course, with Saint Su Yan's strength, you have the qualifications to be 1 step ahead. But, I must say that the price must be appropriate. Otherwise, I believe that the 3 saints, Wind and Rain, won't mind taking 2 spots. Seeing him smile in greeting and the 3 saints smile back, they cursed him in their hearts. Although what he said was the truth, to bring it up at this time was really shameless to the extreme. Su Yan took a deep breath. He frowned and thought for a long time. Then, he took out a tile. It was the blue kind. There were traces of corrosion on the surface, as if it had just been peeled off from a roof. This is one of the most precious treasures in my hands. If you carry it on you, you can die in place of the soul once. Death substitution items weren't rare. After all, Vast Yang City was so large that there would always be some. But there were very few that could be effective against a true saint. Even if it could only block a death tribulation for the soul, that was already precious enough. After all, to a saint, the soul was the foundation. Even if the physical body was destroyed, they could seize another body and be reborn. Losing the physical body would greatly reduce one's strength, but compared to having one's soul destroyed, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Taking the tile, to be exact, it was a broken piece. His soul involuntarily trembled, and there was a hint of joy in it. Before the stone pagoda could come to a conclusion, he was basically sure that it was real. TSK, but it was really hard to imagine that a broken tile could have such a heaven-defying effect. Where did Su Yen get it from? Was the house still there? If a piece of broken tile from a certain house could have such great power, then who was the one who built this house, and what kind of existence lived in it? As expected, as one's cultivation level increased, and one's knowledge broadened, one would inadvertently discover that this world was mysterious and unfathomable. In the end, one had to have a bit of awe in their hearts. The stone pagoda finally determined that the tile was indeed a death substitution treasure. It was carefully placed away. This thing could save one's life at a critical moment, so it had to be kept safe. Qin Yu lifted a hand and pointed. The second spot is Saint Su Yan's. The Wind Saint obtained the third spot. In truth, as long as the troublemaker peach was held down, the distribution rules were simple. This group of old monsters were well aware of their own limitations. This fruit was Qin Yu's harvest. It definitely came from the same place as the leaf that the Rain Saint had taken out. This was because the effect of this fruit was to increase the strength of the great Tao when condensing it. Of course, the effect was much stronger than a leaf. Strictly speaking, this was the most useful harvest that Qin Yu had obtained in his 2 trips of extortion. After all, if everything went smoothly, it wouldn't be long before the furnace absorbed the everlasting flame. At that time, Qin Yu would completely condense his great Tao. As a person, they had to keep their word, especially after making such a solemn promise. So after the transaction was completed, Qin Yu immediately began to prepare. Because the fire spirit already had experience before, it was undoubtedly much faster to activate it again. Moreover, 3 at a time was indeed the limit of the fire spirit. Otherwise, Qin Yu wouldn't have minded doing the same thing and selling off the remaining spots one by one. The fire spirit was busy in front of everyone. Yao Tao suddenly walked over and whispered, "So this is what you like." Qin Yu frowned. He looked at her and thought, "What do you mean?" Yao Tao stretched out her hands like she was paddling in the water. She made 2 round and towering curves. "Oh, I understand. This woman, what was she thinking about every day? Where was her domineering aura from just now? How long did it take for her to become like this?" Although it was natural for women to change, this speed and range were a bit too much. Seeing Qin Yu not speak, Yao Tao whispered, "That's not fair. I'm clearly like this too, so why don't you like me?" She blinked. "Could it be that I'm wearing too much and you can't see clearly? Why don't you touch me, and I'll turn my back so that they won't see." "Qin Yu, big sister, are you sent by the heavens to torture me? I can't let her go crazy anymore." Qin Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Shut up, get up." Yao Tao snorted, "You have the heart but not the guts, coward." "Why do I have the heart and guts? And I'm a coward if I don't touch you? What kind of **T robber logic is this?" The scene of the 2 talking intimately had been seen by the old monsters. They took the opportunity to make them believe that the purpose of this matter had been achieved. No matter what, this matter was considered as using Yao Tao, so let her take advantage of it with her mouth. "I can't afford to offend you, I'll hide." Qin Yu took a few steps away and cleared his throat. "The preparation for activating the crystal plate will take a while, so let's start the second round of the spot sale now. As I said, if you're not in a hurry, you can choose the last one. I'll definitely provide free service." Addicted to extortion. This was absolutely right. Although this was the second round of extortion, the harvest would definitely not be as big as the previous one, but no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Wouldn't it be delicious? Chapter 1408. In fact, the competition for the second batch was far more intense than Qin Yu had imagined. True Divine Avicii was an expert of the Ghost Tao and formed his own domain. Su Yen and Wind Saint were inevitably afraid, so they naturally wanted more helpers. Under normal circumstances, Su Yen, Cloud Saint, and Rain Saint would be the second batch to enter together, and everyone could accept this. However, Yao Tao did not expect that the competition would suddenly become intense because of the appearance of this troublemaker. The reason was simple. The cultivation techniques of the Wind, Cloud, and Rain Saints complemented each other. Only when they were together would they be able to unleash their greatest strength. The Wind Saint had no choice but to enter the first wave alone. Since there was a possibility now, he naturally had to try his best to meet up with the three of them as soon as possible. This also made sense for Su Yan. He also needed Su Yan's help. Neither side was willing to give up. This was the crux of the intense competition, and it looked like they were about to fight again. Finally, it was Qin Yu who spoke up. He told Yao Tao to leave the crystal token for last. Since he had given it to her for free, he might as well keep it for free until the end. Su Yen had his suspicions. Was there a problem here? But just as he mentioned it, Qin Yu refuted him. If Sage Su Yen is magnanimous, then give the slot to Yao Tao. I have no objections. It was impossible for him to give in. Su Yen snorted and gave up. At this time, the fire spirit had already completed its arrangement. Qin Yu lifted a finger. The three of you can enter now. Swish, swish, swish. Without any hesitation, the Seamless Saint, Su Yen, and the Wind Saint flew in. The next moment, the crystal plates in their hands shattered at the same time, and an illusory door appeared. It was much larger than before and also more solid. A suction force erupted from within, wrapping around the three ancient true sages and pulling them in. The illusory gate shook and slowly disappeared. He went in. Taking a deep breath, Cloud Saint cupped his fists and said, "Sir Virtuous Nine Lives, please activate the second teleportation as soon as possible." Qin Yu nodded. "Everyone, rest assured that I will do my best. Of course, I'll send you guys in as fast as I can. Otherwise, if the first batch to enter was too fast and activated the Sovereign's Avatar's slaughter program, the matter might be exposed." The fire spirit was a bit tired and didn't want to continue attacking. But after Qin Yu viciously glared at her, she felt as if an electric current had passed through her. She felt numb, and that feeling was wonderful. She clenched her teeth and rushed out to continue setting up the array formation. Sure enough, it's a little submissive. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth twitched. But the good news was that after grasping this characteristic of the fire spirit, it would be much easier to control it in the future. With its previous experience, the fire spirit's speed became even faster. When the preparations were complete, Su Yen, Yun Sheng, and Rain Sheng rushed into it. The illusory door appeared again and pulled them inside. Whoosh! Qin Yu let out a long breath, his heart relaxing. Normally speaking, at this step his plan could be considered complete. Among the 6 ancient true divines, there were experts of the Ghost Tao, brothers who were united, and their cultivation techniques complemented each other. Their actual combat power was much stronger. With all of them working together, they should be able to hold out for a while against the Sovereign Will clone. The only unexpected thing was that Yao Tao was also here. Qin Yu didn't want her to throw away her life, but he didn't have a better way to deal with her. His thoughts raced. Qin Yu took a deep breath and turned to look at her. "Yao Tao, what I said to those old monsters wasn't the whole truth. There is danger behind the illusory door. Are you sure you want to go in?" Yao Tao asked, "Are you willing to help me?" Qin Yu frowned and shook his head. Yao Tao sighed. "So, I'll say it again. If you aren't willing to help me, I can only help myself if I want to continue living." She looked into Qin Yu's eyes. "It's normal to be in danger. I've always been clear that if you want to gain something in this world, you have to pay a corresponding price. I can't miss this chance, so I'll have to trouble you to send me in." Qin Yu had an impulse to tell Yao Tao about the sovereign will clone, but this thought only existed for an extremely short period of time before he suppressed it. He couldn't take the risk. If Yao Tao didn't believe him, or if she played tricks on him, then the entire plan could be ruined. Qin Yu took a deep breath and slowly said, "This is your own choice. I hope you don't regret it." Yao Tao said, "I won't regret it." The fire spirit dragged its exhausted body and continued to make arrangements. Luckily, Yao Tao was alone this time, so there wasn't a need to make things too complicated. Very soon, she was done. Yao Tao turned around and stepped into it. The illusory door appeared. The moment she was sucked in, she suddenly turned around and winked at Qin Yu. He felt a little guilty, as if his plans had been seen through by Yao Tao. No, that was impossible. It was impossible for Yao Tao to know all of this. Otherwise, if she knew she was facing an avatar of the sovereign will, why would she send herself to her death? Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed all his thoughts. He began to wait. Although he had sent everyone in, he needed all of them to enter the grand hall. Only then would it be time for Qin Yu to attack. Time quietly passed. During this process, Qin Yu awakened the slumbering furnace. He first withstood a torrential baptism of resentment. Wiping away non-existent saliva, he said in a low voice, "All right, I know you're angry, but I want you to obediently remember what I'm about to say, otherwise we're both finished." The great furnace emitted an urgent fluctuation that urged him to speak quickly. Qin Yu said, "After we enter, I will first determine the situation. Wait for me to open my mouth for you to swallow. Remember to erupt with your full strength. You must complete the entire absorption process in the shortest possible time. Do you understand?" After obtaining an affirmative reply, Qin Yu felt a little more at ease. In truth, this reminder was only out of caution. In fact, with the great furnace's current condition, it was already impatient to eat. Once it began, it would surely eat at an astonishing speed. Moments later, the fire spirit rested for a moment and began another round of preparations. Qin Yu stood on the ground, his eyes closed. He slowed his breathing and adjusted his condition to its peak. Although everything went smoothly and the scapegoat squad was full, Qin Yu didn't have absolute confidence in whether or not everything would go smoothly. If the scapegoat squad turned out to be useless, or if they underestimated the strength of the sovereign will avatar, then Qin Yu would have to withstand the terrifying suppression of the sovereign level with them. The dangers would still exist, and they would be fatal. The crystal tablet in his hand trembled and Qin Yu opened his eyes. The fire spirit panted for breath and said, "Master, we can set out." Qin Yu lifted a hand and took back the fire spirit. He stepped inside. The moment the crystal tablet shattered, an illusory door appeared. Whoosh! His figure quickly submerged into it. The familiar transmission process was extremely gentle, and there weren't any bumps at all. Because Qin Yu had already experienced it once, he remained calm as waves of heat rushed towards him. The ever-burning flame quietly burned, isolating everyone from sight. Qin Yu suppressed the excited great furnace and flew inside. As Qin Yu raced forwards, he soon arrived at the depths of the ever-burning flame, right outside the shining hall. Looking down, he saw that the hall door was already open. This was a signal left behind by the sovereign will. It meant that the scapegoat squad had arrived. Yao Tao should also be inside, but this was her own choice and there was nothing Qin Yu could do about it. He looked deeply at the hall and then left without hesitation, rushing out of the ever-burning flame. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu lifted a hand. With a deep bang, the great furnace was summoned. "Now, let's begin." Bang! The impatient great furnace opened its mouth like a great beast, ruthlessly swallowing everything in its path. Rumble, rumble, rumble! Like a great river bursting through a dam, billowing flames shot into the skies. As they spun, they formed a column of fire that submerged into the great furnace. The swallowing process had begun. Qin Yu looked deep into the ever-burning flame, his expression dignified. Without accident, the moment the great furnace began to swallow, the sovereign will avatar's slaughter program had already started. The great hall within the ever-burning flame was the residence of the sovereign. It was filled with brilliant light. As Qin Yu released the great furnace and activated the swallowing ever-burning flame, the flowing light on its surface suddenly paused for a moment. In the next moment, it reversed. That's right, above the great hall, the flowing light crazily spun in the opposite direction, its speed dozens of times faster than before. Rumble, rumble, rumble. A low and deep sound spread out from within the great hall, giving off the feeling that a great beast was awakening. And at this time, the Seamless Saint, the Su brothers, the three saints of wind and cloud, rain, and Yao Tao were all in the great hall. A low and deep sound spread into their ears. Although they didn't know what was happening, all of them instinctively grew vigilant. Across from them, the sovereign will avatar lazily leaned back in her chair. Suddenly, she blinked and smiled. You little fellows, your questions are quite tricky. I almost couldn't keep up, but now the game is over. Ignoring the people in front of her who suddenly froze, her gaze fell on Yao Tao. There were clearly 7 people, but he said there were only 6. The one he deliberately left out was you. There's no mistake. I can sense an aura from your body that is connected to his. The sovereign will avatar chuckled. As I thought, men are creatures with ruthless hearts. At a critical moment, they will let go when they need to. But what a pity that boy doesn't know that he has been tricked. She stood up and gently stretched her waist. Her graceful figure was eye-catching. Living is such a luxurious thing. Unless you have no other choice, who would be willing to give it up? Although I am a part of the sovereign, I am not exempt from the customs. And you all are my turning point. Swish. Her eyes suddenly turned crimson, like the finest blood jade in the world. They were filled with an icy killing intent. But strangely, even under the onslaught of such intense killing intent, the sovereign will avatar still had a faint smile on her face. She didn't show any signs of losing control. As expected, she had lied. The devouring ever-burning flame would indeed activate the pre-programmed slaughter sequence. But for some unknown reason, the sovereign will avatar was able to maintain its consciousness. True Divine Seamless stomped his feet and retreated backwards. And at almost the same time, the space around the Su brothers shattered. As powerhouses of the Tao of space, when the two of them joined forces, their speed of escape was astonishing. Unfortunately, what they faced today wasn't a pure sovereign will avatar. Although its strength couldn't compare to that of a true sovereign, it still wasn't something a saint could compare with. Bang! With a loud explosion, the Su brothers were forcefully blocked. With stuffy coughs, their faces paled and they tumbled to the ground. True Divine Seamless followed closely behind. He suffered an even greater backlash. When he crashed into the ground trembled and blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth. Bang! The hall doors slammed shut. The sovereign will avatar stepped down from her throne, a faint smile on her face. Her eyes were scarlet red. Today, none of you will escape. Chapter 1409. The pillar of fire shot into the heavens, submerging into the furnace. Qin Yu could clearly feel the excitement it was emitting, as well as the rapidly awakening energy within the furnace. Or, to be more precise, it could be called a formidable strength that was bursting forth from its transformation. Qin Yu had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He should have been overjoyed, but even though he was happy, he felt even more restless. Looking deep into the ever-burning flames, Qin Yu knew that a slaughter might have already begun. As his thoughts raced, his heart shrank. A terrifying suppressive feeling suddenly descended upon him. The chief god's will avatar had attacked. Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. He maintained a calm expression, but his body was stiff like marble. This was enough to show that he wasn't as calm as he appeared. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. Although they were separated by a great distance, and the ever-burning flames were between them, Qin Yu could still clearly feel its annihilating aura. The feeling it gave Qin Yu right now was like a black hole. That's right, it was the kind of black hole that was constantly releasing a terrifying swallowing strength, sucking everything around it into its body. It was like being stared at by the most terrifying creature at the top of the food chain. Once it locked onto him, there was no way he could escape. The only thing that left Qin Yu a little relieved was that this terrifying black hole strength was concentrated in a single point and didn't spread outward. He guessed that the range it covered was the hall within the ever-burning flames. Otherwise, the ever-burning flames in front of him would have been instantly swallowed up. Was this the slaughter program that the chief god's will avatar had said she had started? In truth, this was different from what Qin Yu had expected. Because at this time, the feeling this terrifying black hole strength gave Qin Yu was one of true swallowing. Thinking of this, his heartbeat sped up. Restlessness and fear wove together, becoming increasingly intense. He felt that the possibility he was most worried about had already occurred. Qin Yu wasn't a rookie that had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. If he could smoothly live to this day and possess strength comparable to a peak saint and peek into the chief god realm, he would naturally be cautious. He wouldn't believe the words of anyone he met for the first time. Even if that person was a chief god, even if there was some intimate connection between them. Thus, although Qin Yu seemed to have great trust in the chief god's will avatar, the truth was that there was still a question mark in his heart. However, in Qin Yu's opinion, if the chief god's will avatar wanted to harm him, there was no need to go through so much trouble. Thus, he was more inclined to believe it. But now, it seemed that there was another reason why he hadn't attacked him before. Of course, all of this was only Qin Yu's guess, and he couldn't be completely sure. But since there was such a possibility, he had to place enough importance on it. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu said, "Great Furnace, I need you to be faster, faster than you are now." Rumble, the great furnace swallowed up the ever-burning flame. As it shook, it emitted roiling waves of sound. Its meaning was clear and concise. This was already its limit. The stone pagoda frowned. "Does Master feel uneasy?" Qin Yu said, "You are different." The stone tower took a deep breath. "From the very beginning, I felt that something wasn't right." It paused for a moment and then continued, "After all, living on is something that no living being in this world can refuse." Qin Yu waved his hand. "Stop pretending to be a philosopher. If you have a way, then hurry up. I'm sure you don't want to wait for the misfortune inside to befall us." The stone pagoda said solemnly, "All right." Its projection descended onto the great furnace. It was unknown what the stone pagoda did, but with a loud humming sound, the swallowing strength released by the great furnace suddenly rose by more than a level. Rumble, rumble. The pillar of fire that shot into the skies rapidly expanded, its speed nearly 30% faster than before. Qin Yu's eyebrows were still furrowed. This was already fast, but he still felt it was too slow. He lifted a hand and pointed forwards. The flames twisted and the phantom of the fire spirit appeared. "Greetings, Master." Qin Yu had already grasped the essence of how to deal with the little receive. He coldly said, "Think of a way to make the great furnace swallow the ever-burning flame faster." Cold, rude, and unreasonable, leaving no room for bargaining. The fire spirit's face flushed red. She bit her lips, her rationality screaming in her mind. Even if Qin Yu was her master, his attitude was still too excessive. She absolutely could not yield. She had to counterattack and let him know what sort of attitude he should have towards a lady. But reason couldn't suppress her instincts. The joy in her heart caused the fire spirit's thoughts of resisting to be instantly discarded. "Yes, Master." The only thing she could do was try her best to make her voice sound less excited. This was truly shameful and sad. The fire spirit's figure moved, fusing into the great furnace. After several breaths of time, the pillar of fire that shot into the skies nearly doubled in size. The swallowing speed rose once more. Qin Yu let out a long breath. The nervousness and restlessness in his heart finally faded a little. He looked up into the depths of the ever-burning flame. Flames blazed there, but he could sense that eternal night had arrived. Everything would be swallowed up. My name is Seamless. It is a strange name, but a long time ago, when I crawled up from a pile of corpses and was accepted as a disciple by my teacher, I was bestowed this name. In the words of my teacher, strange names often gave people a mysterious and unfathomable feeling. This just happened to be what a ghost path cultivator needed. But I always felt that this name was extremely unpleasant to listen to. So, 3,000 years later, I seized a chance and finally killed off my teacher. After that night of the blood moon, I thought of changing my name and even thought of several alternatives. But what was sad was that I didn't know if it was because I was already used to it, but I couldn't adapt to the new name. In the end, I left it at that. Seamless, then so be it. Then, I used this name to live in this world for many, many years. This isn't a general description. I have lived for a long time, so long that I can't even remember. Living for so long is an extremely lonely matter. It is also a kind of torture to the mind. Many of the old monsters I know couldn't withstand the onslaught of time and finally ended their lives in madness. But I am different. I have always felt that being able to live is an extremely rare and fortunate matter. This is likely related to how difficult it was for me to survive and become a ghost path cultivator. Of course, this isn't the important point. The important point is that I have lived for a long time, so I know far more secrets of this world than the average person. For instance, the world Zeros, the place where the ruler perished. In the legends, it is said that the ruler's relic is hidden there, a turning point that leads straight to the unsurpassed realm. In the beginning, I didn't believe it. But slowly, as I came into contact with it more and more, my soul began to tremble. It's true, it's actually true. For a very long period of time after that, I was waiting for an opportunity because there were two extremely powerful forces occupying the Zeroth land. They came from another world and possessed nearly undying and indestructible abilities. They ruled over countless experts. After discovering them, I was disappointed for a long time. I thought that I didn't have a chance. But people who have lived for a long time are more patient. I have coveted them for a long time, but I didn't have absolute confidence in obtaining them. I waited for many years with the old monsters. Then, an opportunity suddenly came. The Western Desolation had a conflict with that clan. We didn't know the specific reason, but we could guess that there was another party involved. The opportunity was fleeting. We made our move. Originally, everything was going smoothly. We started the ship and entered the flaming mountain. I thought that it was time for me to show my skills. As a ghost path expert who had hidden himself for many years, the bloodthirst in his heart couldn't wait. But I was wrong. I was very, very wrong. In the first battle, I, a dignified ghost path expert, actually paid an extremely expensive IQ tax. I felt as if my entire head was being ruthlessly pressed against the ground by someone. What happened next made me even more embarrassed. I actually became a three-skinned person. Moreover, it was with two people of the same gender. Although in the end, my willpower was the dominant one and my strength also increased by a lot. Alright, I have to admit that this feeling wasn't bad. My dispirited self-confidence rose again. I felt as if I had become the child of destiny again. Everyone in the flaming mountain would crawl and tremble in front of me. But I was wrong again. I, a dignified ghost path expert who had lived for countless years, thought that my wit was unparalleled. But I actually paid IQ tax twice on the same person. The last time I paid IQ tax, I felt that it was extremely expensive. It was so expensive that I would remember it for the rest of my life and never make the same mistake again. But I was even more wrong. Because not only could the mistake be repeated, the IQ tax could be even higher. It could even be my own life. As the ruins of a ruler, the Zeroth world definitely had dangers. I knew this many years ago, But I never imagined that one day I would really lose my life here. Ruler, is this a ruler? She clearly isn't her true body, so why does she possess such a terrifying strength, so terrifying that she is even stronger than the rulers I have seen before? My name is Seamless. I apologize for being a bit long-winded, but as a peak true saint who has lived for a very, very long time, I am about to die. So, please allow me to be long-winded for one last time. Bang! With a loud explosion, True Saint's seamless body exploded in the air. Countless pieces of broken bone and flesh gathered together, wildly wriggling as if they wanted to grow back together. But just as they barely managed to restore their human form, they were shattered and scattered by some terrifying strength once more. This repeated 3 times. True Saint's seamless broken body completely lost its vitality. The ancient true sages who were still struggling in the hall and trying to escape were now filled with despair. This was because they were well aware that the reason they were able to live until now wasn't because they were stronger than True Saint Seamless. Rather, it was because the woman in front of them had killed the strongest of them all. True Saint Seamless had already perished and his aura had completely vanished. This was something that the ancient true saints could clearly sense. Then, it would be their turn next. The ruler will Avatar licked her lips, the blood-red color in her eyes even brighter. She lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The flesh and blood of True Saint Seamless instantly shrank into a ball, turning into a round pill the size of a knuckle. It was dark red and shined with light, like a pure gem. Within it was nearly the complete strength of a peak true saint. Su Yan's complexion changed. His pale face revealed an uncontrollable fear. This was because at this moment, the woman's gaze fell onto him. Wind, cloud and rain saints, help me block for a single breath of time. If I am killed, you will be next. Hearing his scream, the wind, cloud and rain saints clenched their teeth and rushed out without hesitation. Wind, cloud, rain. In this life or death moment, the 3 saints didn't hesitate. They erupted with their strongest strength. Within the hall, within a small space, strong winds rose up. Then, thick clouds gathered and finally, a torrential downpour. Rumble, rumble. The violent explosions were caused by the 3 great Daos resonating with each other and their auras resonating with each other. They were truly risking their lives. It wasn't that the 3 saints were so great that they were willing to risk their lives to save Su Yan, but in the current situation, they could clearly see that only by joining forces would they have a chance of survival. Well, to be honest, they might not even have a chance of survival. By killing True Saint Seamless, the ruler will Avatar had already revealed its formidable and unparalleled strength. But until the final moment, they absolutely wouldn't give up. Even if the chances were slim, they would fight for it with all their strength. The ruler will Avatar lifted a hand and pointed forwards. Her fingers were white and delicate, giving off a soft and beautiful feeling. But they released a strength that could destroy all. As this finger fell, there was a dull dong sound. Strong winds, clouds, and rain violently shook. It was like a tsunami had swept over everything, wiping away everything. Su Yan! The wind saint screamed. Su Yan turned around. His eyes fell on Su Yan. There was a trace of pain in his eyes, but it instantly disappeared. Su Yan took a deep breath. She slowly said, "Big brother, no matter what you do, I won't blame you." Su Yan furrowed his eyebrows. "You know?" Su Yan smiled. "In the end, I am still a saint." He bowed deeply. "Thank you, big brother, for helping me live all these years and allowing me to see the prosperity of the world. Now I have no regrets in dying." He lifted a hand and placed a finger between his eyebrows. With a light cracking sound, his body instantly turned illusory. In the next moment, Su Yan truly turned into smoke. As she breathed through her nose and mouth, she fused into Su Yan's body. Su Yan roared out loud. His aura wildly rose. Kacha, kacha, the surrounding space seemed unable to withstand it. His aura shook and cracks began to appear. The ruler will avatar looked over, surprise in its blood-red eyes. Then, its lips curved up in a faint smile. Life-splitting art. I didn't see it before. What a pleasant surprise. Su Yan's feet fell. He was like a meteor from the highest heavens, dragging a long tail behind him as he crashed into the earth. Kacha, space began to shatter. It was different from before. These spatial cracks clearly contained a horrifying tearing strength. It was invincible, nothing it couldn't destroy. It spread out like a spider web, as if it wanted to shatter the entire hall. The ruler will avatar narrowed its eyes. It lifted a hand and grasped forwards. Crackling sounds echoed out. At this time, the flesh and blood on its palm began to disintegrate. Countless tiny cracks appeared, as if it were a delicate porcelain that was being burned to pieces. Chapter 14:10. Little fellow, you're a bit fierce. The sovereign will avatar smiled. But at this moment, Su Yan felt as if he had experienced something incomparably terrifying. No! As he screamed, his eyes widened, and his face was filled with terror. It wasn't that he had never seen a sovereign before. They were powerful and had all sorts of supernatural abilities, but they had never reached such a boundary. He took back the half-life he lent to Su Yan and obtained his own strength. The strength of two ancient true saints fused together. Although it couldn't help him break through his current boundary and reach the transcendent sovereign realm, his current strength was infinitely close to that level. Even if a sovereign attacked, he wouldn't be able to so easily place him in a hopeless situation. Just who was this woman in front of him? Su Yan couldn't figure it out, but he didn't have time to think about it. With him as the center, the spiderweb-like cracks suddenly began to shrink. That's right, it was like some invisible and terrifying strength had appeared around him, forcefully reversing the trajectory of the cracks. Su Yan could clearly see all of this. He could feel the destructive strength coming from the spatial crack. He roared out in anger and struggled with all his might, but he was locked in place, unable to escape. Thus, he could only watch helplessly as the cracks spread in the opposite direction and approached him bit by bit. In the end, they invaded his body and shredded him into countless pieces of flesh and blood, which fell to the ground and formed a large pool of flesh and blood. The three saints paled, fear and despair weaving in their eyes. When the sovereign will avatar turned to look at them, they fell to their knees. Master, we were wrong, please forgive us. We are willing to give you everything we have and go through fire and water for you. The sovereign will avatar's lips curved up in a beautiful smile. Very well. Since you are willing to give me everything you have, then you can give me everything you have. Bang! A terrifying strength came crashing down like a mountain, suppressing the three saints within. A dark red light appeared, like a blooming flower. In their despair, the three saints who had lost all will to resist were directly killed on the spot. Seamless, the Su brothers, Wind and Rain, these 6 ancient true saints were existences that had existed for countless years. They believed that they could even fight against a sovereign, but now, faced with an incomplete clone of the sovereign's will that was far weaker than the main body, it was being crushed like dried weeds. It couldn't even put up the slightest bit of resistance. Well, the only thing that had happened was that the Sovereign Lord's clone's palm was rapidly healing and fading away. She turned around and looked at Yao Tao. Narrowing her eyes, she said, "I can sense that you don't seem to be afraid. Why?" Yao Tao's expression was calm as she stood in a corner of the hall. She had been here since the beginning of the massacre, and her expression had not changed from beginning to end. When she heard this, she slowly walked out and said, "Because you are very similar to me." The Sovereign Lord's clone chuckled. "Do I? Perhaps. But just because of this, you think you can survive? Aren't you being too optimistic?" Yao Tao shook her head. "I've never been an optimistic person. On the contrary, this world is so difficult. Only by working very hard can we continue living. I'm not afraid because compared to using these people to form a new body, I'm actually a better choice. Pausing for a moment, she continued, use their power as a source to help me fuse together and obtain a new life through symbiosis. This is your best choice. The Sovereign Lord's clone was silent for a moment. Then, it coldly sneered, and if I refuse? Yao Tao said, you can try to kill me, but the result might not be what you want to see. There was silence. The two women stared at each other. The atmosphere was quiet to the extreme. But beneath this silence, there was an extremely twisted feeling. It was like the air above the mouth of a volcano had been warped by the high temperature, as if it could erupt at any moment and destroy all. The silence was broken by laughter. The Sovereign Lord's clone reached out a hand. I agree. Yao Tao nodded. Believe me, this is the right decision. Pa, with a soft sound, two equally clean, fair, slender, and beautiful hands clasped together at this moment. Within the ever-burning flame, as the two people shook hands, the brilliant hall began to change once more. Rumble, rumble, the deep rumbling suddenly intensified, as if a raging river was surging. Rays of light were released from it, as if a whirlpool was spinning crazily. The ever-burning flame was nearing its end. With his current speed, he would be able to withdraw after a quarter of an hour. But at this time, his complexion changed. This was because the terrifying black hole-like feeling he sensed had suddenly changed. It was cryptic and hard to understand, as if something was being bred within this black hole. Qin Yu didn't know what this meant, but a sense of fear rose up in his heart, as if this was also related to him. For no reason, Yao Tao's figure appeared in his mind. His intuition told him that the source of this feeling of fear was her. Leave. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. Qin Yu shouted out loud, hurry, hurry up. Perhaps it was because the furnace, stone pagoda, and fire spirit could also feel some sort of change in aura coming from deep within the ever-burning flame. The moment Qin Yu's voice fell, the pillar of fire began to expand once more. The remaining ever-burning flame began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Gradually, the hall hidden deep within began to appear. The restlessness in Qin Yu's heart grew stronger and stronger. If it weren't for the furnace needing to swallow all of the ever-burning flame in order to smoothly transform, he would have already left. In order to ensure his own safety, he was willing to give up some benefit. This wasn't anything at all. It was something that a calm and composed person should do. But with things having reached this step, there was only a single step away from success. Let alone the furnace not wanting to leave, Qin Yu wasn't willing either. Time slowly passed. In Qin Yu's perception, it seemed incomparably slow and endless. Hurry! 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 As the ever-burning flame decreased, the hall in his line of sight became increasingly clear. Qin Yu could already see that on the surface of the hall, there was a wildly spinning vortex. It was like a giant mouth sucking in all of the light. As it spun at high speeds, it seemed to release an incomparably terrifying strength. At this time, tiny cracks began to appear on the surface of the hall. Qin Yu's pupils shrank. His intuition told him that the fear he sensed came from this vortex. It was like in the next moment, an extremely terrifying existence would step out from this vortex. Rumble, rumble, the last ever-burning flame sank into the furnace. The stone pagoda cried out, Master, hurry and leave. Its senses were sharp. Since Qin Yu could sense the terror, he naturally could as well. Qin Yu lifted a hand and grasped forwards, about to take the stone pagoda away. But at this time, his complexion changed. An accident had occurred. At this time, he actually couldn't take back the furnace. This wasn't because it was rebelling against him, but because there was an inexplicable strength that was forcing it to stay where it was. Qin Yu could feel the panic in the furnace. It gently trembled as if it were withstanding some kind of unending pain. Don't panic. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He focused his mind to communicate with the furnace. After several breaths of time, his complexion became strange. Although he knew that in the current situation, if he were to continue having such ridiculous thoughts, He still couldn't help it. Furnace, it was actually going to give birth. Who could tell him what the hell was going on? A furnace, fine, even if it was a relatively fierce furnace, wasn't it not supposed to have the ability to give birth? What did it want to give birth to? A small furnace? The furnace shook. You could clearly feel the anger gushing out from it. Cough! With a light cough, You suppressed this ridiculous and laughable feeling. He said in a low voice, "Don't hold it in. Since it wants to come out, hurry up and let it out. We have to leave immediately." The furnace shook again. It didn't agree. A furnace had its own dignity, so how could it give birth? This was especially true because the furnace had always thought of itself as a man filled with masculinity. Yu took a deep breath. Stone pagoda, fire spirit, force it to hurry up and give birth. He couldn't even bother with decorations anymore. The vortex in the hall grew faster and faster. The thing inside was about to come out. There was no time to delay. The stone pagoda solemnly nodded. The fire spirit bit her lips, a bit of unwillingness in her eyes. But facing Yu's order, she simply couldn't refuse. The furnace wildly shook. But with the help of the stone pagoda and the fire spirit, it could no longer prevent the birth of the thing inside. Whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, a mass of light was forced out from the furnace, accompanied by a pitiful scream. It could be taken away. Yu lifted a hand and grasped it. Tears streamed down his face. From now on, the furnace's life was dark and without hope. It was directly taken away. Just as he was about to turn and leave, his complexion changed. He fiercely looked up and stared at the mass of light that was born from the furnace. As he felt the aura released from it, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. This was the aura of a ruler. No, it was more accurate to say that Yu could sense a great path to the heavens, rising up from the ground and soaring into the highest heavens. The great Tao of a ruler! A thought flashed through Yu's mind. He remembered that the avatar of the rulers had once told him that there was something left within the everlasting flame to tempt the western wilds and that other race, triggering the slaughter program within her. So the avatar of the ruler hadn't lied about this. There was indeed something within the everlasting flame that was enough to tempt the western wilds and that other race. That was the great Tao of a ruler. But at this moment, after confirming this, Yu felt even more ridiculous. Because it was clear that the ruler of this world hadn't perished. If she hadn't died, then where did the great Tao of a ruler come from? Yu didn't believe that a single great Tao could simultaneously allow two people to become rulers. Otherwise, the number of rulers in this world wouldn't be so few and limited. Everyone would struggle for the vacant position of ruler. There was definitely a problem here. Yu took a deep breath and suppressed all his chaotic thoughts. No matter what the truth was, he knew he couldn't leave right now. A lucky chance that led directly to the great Tao of a ruler was right in front of him. If he missed it, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Whoosh! Yu shot into the skies. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. But at this time, a deep roar exploded in his ears. "Screw off, the ruler's mark is mine." Bang! A wild strength surged towards him. Yu's complexion changed. He lifted a hand to block and with a loud bang, he was forced backwards. This voice was Sage Scholatry.